laksanakan. 3, 2, 1, gong. Kita ikut sana, ikut gong sana, kita baru pas. Ya, Jumat. 3, 2, 1, gong gitu ya. Gong, ini ikut. Oke. Jadi kita mencetnya pas ada gong. Laksanakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the 8th Southeast Asia Pencak Silat Championship 2022.
So good afternoon and welcome to the OCBC Arena at the Sports Hub in beautiful Singapore. And I say beautiful Singapore because, well, I've always believed that. It doesn't change much. My name is Glenn and I'm here along with my mate and very, very informed Silat, or Silat himself, Roslan, and he was with me yesterday, so we are here to take you through the entire proceedings of Day 2 in the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championship 2022. Today, it's going to be chock-a-block with real activity. The men's semi-finals kick in. You've got the ladies taking center stage, and this 80% of those matches today are going to be dedicated to the ladies. You will see them in action. You will see some of the finest Persilats here today in action. So it's over to my mate Roslan. Ros, welcome back and great to have you back in the seat near me.
Ya, selamat tengah hari dan salam silat untuk semua peminat silat. Sekarang kita akan bermula dalam kejohanan pencak silat yang ke-8. Kita akan bermula dengan pertandingan seni. Moga-moga peminat silat semua akan terhibur dengan apa yang kita saksikan sekarang. Terima kasih.
Representing Malaysia, Nur Syafiqah binti Hamza.
Sekarang akan diadakan acara tunggal dengan peserta daripada Malaysia, Siti Nazura binti Muhammad Yusof dari sudut merah akan bertemu dengan Mary Manuel daripada akan bertemu dengan ini daripada Malaysia ya. Daripada Malaysia ialah Nur Syafiqah binti Hamza. Ini acara final ya. Dia akan bertanding dengan Siti Nazura daripada Singapura dalam acara tunggal putri. Yeah.
So just as Roz pointed out, it's going to be our first artistic final of the day, and this is the senior artistic female single, or the tunggal as we call it. It's going to be Siti Nazura binti Muhammad Yusof of Singapore facing off with Nur Syafiqah binti Hamza of Malaysia. And one thing I've got to say, Roz, that I really do love more about the girls' gi, and of course the fact that they use they're fully covered in a way, almost like what you see in Mortal Kombat. it's actually a very it's almost like an action kind of gear if you look at it very close, and different from the normal gi that the lads wear. So and that's what I mean. You could very well, I think place Nur Syafiqah in one of those games, and she'd just look natural there.
Because in tunggal performance, some of the gears and the weapons are compulsory. So you have to put on certain things according to the rule books.
And I think it's wonderful. It's very rich in its presentation, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you look at it compared to, I'm not comparing it, but when you put other, flow performances and martial arts side by side, it's very different. It's very authentic and rich in presentation.
Yeah. That's why the authority, they are trying their best to differentiate silat and other martial art.
I totally understand that. And we're going to start with the first routine. That's Siti Nazura of Singapore.
Yeah.
How important is that execution of those movements in terms of the finish, or the part when you execute the movement and you pause at the finish? You have to be so sure-footed, and Roz, you were enlightening me yesterday that a lot of this actually comes from the balance and training that they have as a foundation, which helps them maintain that solid ground for any movement.
Yeah. When they execute the movement, there's a package, So when they pump, then they stop. That's the complete one package. Then they will start another package. That's why you see when they perform, pump, boom, they stop there. That's the completion of one package.
I actually do in the entire, Tungal, I do love the use of the weapons, because it doesn't come across as aggressive. It's just very fluid, very graceful in its routine. Like with the use of weapons in any martial arts, how careful and how well trained do you have to be to handle these weapons, even if they aren't sharp and they are more blunt for the occasion? How important is that safety, training in a way?
Usually they will use the empty hand first until you are certain level. Then you introduce bit by bit. Because even though the weapon are blunt, but it will still hurt, and you still get cuts if you hit the thing direct.
Always wanted to ask you about the strike of the stick or the bamboo when you split and strike it with both hands in front of you. Is that a finishing move in an actual fight if you were to engage in a match or a battle of sorts?
It is to hit your opponent when the opponent is on the ground. If your opponent is lying on the ground, you just can strike the guy.
So fine finish here from Siti Nazura. And how did you find her routine, Roz, and especially that ending, the start and the finish? How good was that for you?
She do all the movement well, and it is up to the jury to give her the final points, those fine points, where they take notice, and very crucial in the end is how good is her stamina. This is another aspect of the points. Usually they are very close to the pesilat, so that those very fine mistake
they can pick them out very easily.
Yeah, that we are far, so those fine detail they will pick up, because most of these athletes, the 100 movement is in their fingertips, right? So those goes down to those fine element.
So the routines or what they're doing, as in you mentioned the 100 steps, this is something that they've repetitively done, so it comes very naturally to them and they actually get out. So the standout points or the differentiating factor between a win or a defeat really boils down to those little intricacies you spoke of.
Unless they have to complete within 3 minutes. You too fast or too slow, then there's obvious penalty, you know. Silat dari Malaysia ni pun agak mantap ya.
Ross, you were mentioning to me about the, those intricacies that really make the points difference, and just for our mates in Indonesia and Malaysia, I think we could just elaborate a bit for them.
Biasanya pesilat-pesilat ni kalau langkah wajib ini mereka sudah amat fasih dalam jari mereka ni, movement ini semua. Jadi selalu yang buat kemenangan atau kekalahan adalah perkara-perkara yang detail, yang kecil-kecil, yang akan menyebabkan mereka berjaya ataupun tidak. Jadi juri-juri yang di hadapan itu amat dekat dengan peserta ya. Jadi mereka akan dapat melihat kesilapan-kesilapan yang sangat kecil yang mana kita penonton atau yang jauh daripada mereka tidak lihat. Ini pesilat-pesilat ini semua persembahan mereka semua agak mantap. Jadi perkara-perkara yang kecil ini yang membuat mereka berjaya ataupun tidak.
So the routine, of course, always so important, and I was just trying to get a handle on Nur Siafika and her routine, quite different from our Singapore, from the Singapore, Pencak in terms of her execution, in terms of her movements, and I just found that probably Siti Nazura was just a little bit sharper in a sense.
The aggression, yeah.
But she can strike hard.
After the strike, a smile, I kill you.
So you won't find me standing in front of Siti Siafika anytime soon.
See the gong? It's the 3-minute gong.
So you would call that a photo finish?
But she's within that. Yeah, within. Even though you finish earlier also, the gong will not strike. The gong will strike only during 3 minutes.
But if you go beyond those 3 minutes, then there's a default, isn't there?
Yeah, there's certain, you cannot exceed a few seconds of the 3 minutes.
So how does the athlete actually gauge those? Because 180 seconds passes by just quickly. Do they get a cue from the coach? How do you really gauge your 3 minutes are going to be up?
Last time the coach used to stand at the side and give all those cue. Yeah. But now you see the arena. Yeah. You cannot see anyone else. So she have to do it 3 minutes on her own.
So this would be within the new rules as well.
Yeah, unless the spectator, the colleague from behind, they shout signals,
Okay. Okay.
But in front the arena,
you can't.
No more already.
And it's normally difficult for the athlete to pick up what's being said in the stands for the simple reason that she's so focused on the actual routine, being a solo routine.
Yes,
So this, of course, is the final. It's not the semis. Like we've got a whole lot of semi-finals kicking in later on. But for now, with the first two events of the day, our finals. Siti Nazura of Singapore versus Nur Syafika of Malaysia. And this is the single artistic female or event, or as we call it, Tunggal. And
the winner is red corner from Malaysia.
You hear the result? Red.
So Nur Syafika has just edged past her Singapore opponent, or I'd say counterpart with
Jadi emas untuk pasukan daripada Malaysia, ya. Singapura akan mendapat pingat perak. So gold is for Malaysia and silver is
for Singapore.
For Singapore.
So Siti Nazura picks up the silver for Singapore, and Nur Syafika of Malaysia has capped it off with the gold. This is Malaysia's first gold, isn't it? So
Yeah.
I think it's a great way for them to start the day.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, the arrow eye, eye of the arrow.
We did talk about that, didn't we? So I think a great way for them to actually get into this event. And you always want to start off. There are days when, yesterday we had an athlete who started off in a really bad manner and it just stayed through his entire match. So this could be good tidings for Malaysia as we've started off with a win for them. What do you think was that slight? What was the deciding factor, do you think, in this last matchup that we had between the two athletes?
For the Tunggal?
Yes.
For the Tunggal, it's those fine details, where
they were very close.
Very close, yeah.
Very close.
The point is 0.00 something, the difference.
Absolutely.
The jury is right in front of the arena, so they will pick up those small stuff. That we are quite a distant. They will maybe the hand gesture, the leg posture, the way you hold the weapons, your turning, your stability, when you turn, you wobble, and this other opponent turn, you zoom very sharp. All those small detail they will put into factors.
So we're going to move on to the next event, and the next event, of course, is a senior artistic female team, and I'm going to let you introduce this first, Rose.
Sekarang kita akan mengadakan acara ragu, ya, antara peserta daripada Malaysia, Meriwati Manuel, Fatin Ardani binti Zamri, Siti Nur Khairul Nisa binti Hail daripada Malaysia. Dari sudut biru, ya. Dan mereka akan berdepan dengan pasukan Singapura. Amirah binti Syahrin, Ifa Batrisha binti Noh, Nur Asyikin binti Zulkifli, dan mereka akan berada di sudut merah. Ini acara final, ya. Pemenang ini akan mendapat emas ataupun perak. Jadi bikin terbaik untuk negara masing-masing dan yang terbaik berjaya.
So, my man Roz just introducing you to our next event, which will be the senior artistic female team, and this, of course, is a 3-member event. So, it's going to be Meriwati Manuel, Fatin Ardani binti Zamri, and Siti Nur Khairunisa binti Hal, who will represent Malaysia. For Singapore, it's Amira binti Sahrin, Ifa Batrisia binti Noh, and Nur Ashikin binti Zulkifli. So that's our team event. Ross, this is the first three-member team event that we are looking at. And this is very different from the Tungal and the Ganda.
Yeah.
So how different does this pan out? Because in the Tungal we know that it's really about solo form. It's really about you maintaining your balance, the execution of each movement, and your expression. Then in the Ganda it becomes slightly different because it's about sparring, and it's also about how convincing your sparring really is.
Yeah.
With those mock attacks, those mock drops, and then of course you have the expression of going in for the kill or going in for the final finish. And how different then does a team event of 3 to 5 members really become compared to the other two artistic events?
No, for the team event is the trio, For Regu, if we translate Regu to English, is trio. Regu is 3, so it is trio. So it's three pesilat each team. So the 3 pesilat still have to execute 100 move, which is mandatory from Persilat, but it is the Regu movement. The other one is the Tunggal movement. This is Regu movement. But it is also mandatory movement, 100 step. Very important is for Regu, the 3 pesilat must be synchronized. They must be synchronized. So it will look sharp and nice together. If you see later on, the pesilat will be around same height, same weight, same size. Because every movement must be together. If one is tall and one is short, the steps may make the pesilat further out or further back. So they will most probably they will use same size, the athlete, same weight, same everything same. So if you are the jury, you will look like nice,
So in terms of, you're saying, Ross, in terms of presentation, in terms of movement, in terms of execution of movement, it all has to be a perfect match.
Yeah.
And that's what the judges will really be looking for.
Look at it.
So it's like saying that the 3 of them should look like one.
Yeah,
in a way.
because it is a team event, But that 100 step is mandatory. You cannot miss the step. You jump step or you miss a few steps, you are out.
So in a way, this also, I would have thought that something like, synchronized, gymnastics or a synchronized flow movement or synchronized swimming
Diving,
would have been, or synchronized diving absolutely would be difficult.
Yeah.
But there, your actual duration or maybe the amount of steps that you have can be a lot shorter. But in this case, it's different, right?
Yeah.
Because in this case, you have a set amount of steps, and every single one of, the ladies and the gentlemen that sit on these chairs right in front of us right now, they know those movements extremely well.
They
and
have
can
to.
pick it out immediately when you miss even half a movement.
Everything must be inch perfect. Then you will get the good point.
How many hours of practice do you think, or how long do teams like this have to actually put in?
Wow.
Because this doesn't come easy.
This
right?
doesn't come easy. These people train silat from their kids, from their, I cannot explain much. They have been doing this for years and years and years.
But we also know that not all of them come from the same family. Like yesterday, we had brothers, and that was pretty cool because they were so much in sync.
Representing Malaysia,
they will have to manage their time together.
Siti Nur Khairuni Isa binti Ahayl.
You see the height? See the size?
You're absolutely right.
About the same. Then it will look nice,
It does. I can't imagine the amount of work that goes into this because I mean you do have other forms of expression besides martial arts, like dance for that matter, whether it's jazz ballet or ballet itself. movements always synchronized, but it takes a lot of pains to get there.
Yeah.
And I suspect that this isn't any different from that. This is just as you got to put in the hours and you got to put in the sweat.
Then you have to have 3 of them working together. You know? To get 3 of them together every single time is quite a challenge. You know, because these people are schooling and working. You know, they have to sacrifice many things in their life for this.
You raise even number.
So most of the Silat athletes, of course,
Calling for blue corner.
are really very passionate about the sport, which is why I've noticed even some of the grandmasters and you know, a lot of the officials here, including you as well, Roz. You'll all work other jobs, and at the same time you'll do this, and you'll put in a lot of time, not just for the training and your own days when you were performing, but more importantly, or competing, but it's more importantly for even now to take the sport forward, to support it with the events, with the youngsters. You all still give back a lot, so it's almost like dedicating your life besides, you know, family and work to this third element, which is Silat. It becomes a part of your life.
It's part of the routine life for these people, you know. And when they are in this situation, the whole family is involved.
That's fascinating.
It's not only the Pesilat, because she needs the support of the whole family.
That's quite fascinating, actually. And I'm sure the ladies, their families must be extremely proud of them.
Yeah.
The kind of work that they put in.
You see?
So it's Team Singapore that started off to get the ball rolling. Just to refresh your mind about our contenders here, or the Persilat, who are representing Singapore. We've got Amira binti Sahrin, Ifa Batrisia binti No, and Nur Ashikin binti Zulkifli. We are going to let you enjoy the routine. A slight wavering there from one of our contestants. That will be picked out, won't it be?
This jury, you know, they all have eagle eyes, you know, and they are performing right in front of them. Yeah.
Slightly off, slightly out of line, you'd say, for that. Just the positioning.
The 100 step is in their fingertips, you know. But those minor things will affect the result.
Staying in a straight line, how important is that bit?
It's ragu, you know. You have to do it all together.
Like the Three Musketeers, one for all for one.
Yeah. But when they show this angle, the line we couldn't see, you know, because we are far, right? When they show just now the angle straight forward, we can see the line.
Would you find that with Team Singapore, there's just that slight lack of aggression in terms of expression here?
Yeah. And
Time is 3 minutes.
So that's Team Singapore. They've the trio, as we call them, or the ragu, as Ross very clearly pointed out. They finished off with their first routine. Ross, you did not seem too satisfied.
Let's see how the Malaysia contingent do. Yeah.
But you think this could have been better?
Yeah.
You think it could have been perfected?
They could have done better, you know. Because I know they can do it better than that. You know.
Well, it really boils down to that day, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
we saw some of the star performers yesterday also, you know, falter, and just as you mentioned, I think maybe not so much with the artistic, but with the matches, the change in rules has been such a
massive, you know.
such a turnaround for some of the athletes. So we're going to, while Team Singapore wait their points, we are going to move on to our next, and that is their counterparts from Malaysia. And that's going to be quite interesting when you're talking about it, because Team Malaysia have got a very, very good setup too. They started off the artistic solo event really well. So here we have the girls, and they've averaged 9.945.
Yeah. Unit event number. Calling for
that would make you happy, though.
Yeah.
Those points are good.
But let's see this Malaysian team, how they perform.
So Malaysia, just to refresh your memory, and we've got three very, very focused Persilats here. There's Meriwati Manuel, there's Fatin Ardani binti Zamri, and Siti Noor Kairunisa binti Hail. So it's time for Team Malaysia to launch into their routine. So, good way to start off the day with the artistic, and left to me, Roz, I was just thinking about it. As you tend to watch more and more of the artistic events, you tend to understand a lot more about the culture, the discipline, the form, the complete package of Silat, which is showcased, I think, more in the artistic than the actual matches. What a great way to actually start with an artistic event and end with an artistic event.
Yeah.
So it's kind of peaceful at the
Peaceful
end.
ending. Yeah. It doesn't end much like,
Yeah,
you know,
take out the aggression from the matches
explosives,
at that
boom,
part.
boom.
Very focused, the Malaysian Persilats.
Say, drung. You hear the sound?
Yep.
Drung. That means the feet drop at different time.
So it has to be one thump.
Boom.
Oh, I get that. I get that.
I think boom.
That's such a fine difference, isn't it? This is more like a couple of pages turning rather than just one page.
Yeah.
That's what.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Right.
And that can be picked out very easily
Very easily, yeah.
by the judges.
Those trained people, they see, they know.
I did not actually realize that the sound part would also make such an impact with the jury. So.
All the movement is symbolize attack and defend. You know, see all the movement. They are all attack and defend. Yeah. Just giving the elbow. The ground swipe, right?
But if you were not an exponent of Silat and you were actually watching an artistic routine like this, you'd almost think it was a form of cultural dance as well.
2 minutes 59 seconds. Time 2 minutes 59 seconds.
So it's plus
Less
minus 1
1
second only,
second.
right? So it's good.
So 2 minutes 59, that's what they finished
Yeah.
with. Oh, that's why they paused at the end for that.
Yeah.
It was
Pause
actually
means
their
it's
finish.
The ending, yeah.
How did you find the routine this time, Rose? Satisfied? You think they might pack the edge over Team Singapore?
I see both team is, there's plus minus on the performance. But let us say, the jury is very close to them. They will find out, or they will pick up all those misses.
Oh, the part that I missed entirely, in which you pointed out, was the dropping of feet,
Yeah.
and at split-second timing. It wasn't all on the
Together,
same.
yeah.
Yeah.
The jury is carrying their hand, so they have some issues with the tablet, maybe.
I think from the scoring tablets, it's just time now for us to probably get, virtual reality glasses and just score with those. Talking of which, Ross, I have to share this with you. You're as big a martial arts fan as I am, and I had a chance to, use virtual reality glasses to play Tekken, which is one of my favorite ever games of all time. The funny part when you're using virtual reality glasses and someone attacks you and it's a finishing move, you want to take those glasses off.
It is.
It's painful.
Yeah.
It's painful because it hits you mentally. You don't realize it.
Oh, really? Yeah?
But so let's say you're fighting, a docile, nice young lady who's actually lethal in the game, and she approaches you and has a finishing move on you, which could actually mean thrusting her leg into your chest or finishing it off with, a broken jaw or whatever. You actually feel the impact mentally, because
I see.
that's the wonder of virtual reality, isn't it?
Oh, you can feel the thing, yeah?
Yeah, and if you have two pairs, or you have a pair of virtual reality glasses, and you're actually having a combat with another person, that's even worse. So my friend's daughter, who's about 12, beat me in Mortal Kombat twice or thrice. It wasn't pleasant.
Oh. I don't realize that you can feel the thing, yeah?
You can, I guess it's the mental stimulation
I see.
that hits you. It's different when you're playing a game which is, I guess, not a one-on-one combat. So 9.895 is what they have, and could that be just a tad bit behind
Calling
Team
for blue
Singapore?
corner and red corner to see the result.
I think they won.
That looks like it's Team Singapore.
Yeah. But the point is, point something.
The winner
difference,
is blue corner from Singapore.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it
So
up for
Singapore
your winners
get their
from the
own
blue
back,
corner,
and we are going to
Team
see that points difference,
Singapore.
Ross, just as you pointed out.
is 0 point something, It's so close.
Calling for juries.
Keputusan pertandingan regu, ya, dimenangi oleh tim Singapura. Pasukan Malaysia mempunyai perak dan Singapura memenangi emas. Tapi markah yang diperoleh, ya, amat rapat, ya. Bermakna kedua-dua pasukan ini mempunyai kepakaran yang baik. Tapi ya, seperti yang kita kata, perkara-perkara yang kecil ini yang selalu memenangkan atau mengalahkan seseorang. Dari tahniah kepada yang menang, dan yang tidak berjaya akan kembali lagi dengan lebih kuat.
So a very good win, just as Ross pointed out, for Team Singapore. Just that very, .00 difference that we've looked at in the points, and great performance from Amira binti Sahrin, Ifa Batrisia binti No, and Noor Ashikin binti Zulkifli, and they got the better, or they won just by that slight points difference over Malaysia's Meriwati Manuel, Fatin Ardani binti Zamri, and Siti Noor Khairunisa binti Hail. So I think it really boils down to whatever we did talk about earlier, whatever Ross pointed out in terms of those intricacies or those bits and bobs here. And one of the things that I probably would have just missed catching out on is that the thump of the feet, and how to somebody like Ross, who's a Persilat himself, it just stands out. It stands out like a sore thumb, or like an obstacle in the road, and you pick on it very immediately, because you know that this is definitely something the judges are going to. It's just going to stand out, blatantly in front of them. We are going to get to our next event, which is the senior artistic male, and this, of course, is also the Ragu. And you want to introduce our Singapore lads, Ross? I think they do not have any opponents, so it's just going to be Team Singapore performing for this one.
Ya, untuk putra regu ya, tim Singapura akan diwakili oleh Muhammad Iqbal bin Abdul Rahman, Muhammad Nazrul bin Muhammad Kamal, dan Muhammadinin Mustafar bin Muhammad Isa. Mereka akan berada di sudut biru.
So tell me a bit about this, Ross. I think there's no opponent for this, so it's just going to be a solo performance.
Yeah.
We had that yesterday for.
Maybe the red corner, maybe maybe get disqualified, or maybe they are sick, or maybe some of them contracted COVID. When they are
Absolutely, that's something that we would have ignored. So
they have to pull out.
From the blue corner,
and you did mention, Ross, that these athletes put in a lot of trouble to prepare for this event, and it's been waiting for like more than 2 years now. So you want to see them perform regardless. You want to give them that opportunity to take center stage. So here are our lads for today. It's Muhammad Iqbal bin Abdul Rahman, Muhammad Nazrul bin Muhammad Kamal, and Muhammad Anil Mustafa bin Muhammad Isa. So these lads, I have seen them.
Yeah.
For a change, I have seen them in action before. And they're quite pinpoint on.
Yeah, the Iqbal guy, yesterday he performed in the Tunggal Putra.
Yes. And he was very convincing.
Yeah.
So he actually kick-started the entire day's events with that win.
Yeah.
You did mention
even number.
something about Muhammad Iqbal and him being very experienced. He's a seasoned Persilat.
He is one of the seniors in the team,
I do understand, Ross, that there's always this relationship between the coach and the the junior, the Persilat. What is the relationship between the seniors and the juniors in the team? How much do they actually contribute? Is there a lot of give and take in terms of learning, guidance? Do the younger ones actually look up to the seniors when it comes to perfecting their moves, or how they should probably handle themselves in the arena? How much of that is important in Silat?
It is huge, because the youngster, when they come in, they are new environment, so the senior have to guide them, how to discipline them, how to perform on the stage, how to put themselves in the public, how to everything Because when you are down here, every movement you make inside or outside the arena, people are watching. So you have to be, maintain your discipline, your morale, your attitude. For the image of the Silat Federation, because you are holding the badge, so you have to maintain the image of the federation.
And this is one of the reasons why I've noticed that there are a lot of, Silat champions from the past and, medal winners who now are still involved with officiating, with helping out with events. And there's a lot of giving back to
The sports, yeah.
to the sports. Fine expression from these lads.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Very sharp,
fine
eh?
expression. We did see that from Mohammad Iqbal yesterday too.
Yeah.
He's quite a master of putting that on display, especially his finishing moves.
The landing, the turning, they are very sharp. They don't wobble. They land perfectly.
There is a definitive, of course, difference in the height of these three lads, but
You see,
amazing.
They always put the shorter one in the middle. Yeah.
which makes it look more balanced.
Yeah. See that?
But these lads, you can make out the work that's gone into the preparation for this.
Yeah. I say, this involves the whole family. These people, their parents, they are all doing volunteer job for the federation. Yeah? It's not just them, It's the effort of the whole family.
And just to reflect back on what a friend said yesterday, and he was saying, there's lots of martial arts, but he said Silat is a very proud martial art, and I understand that there's a degree of belonging, there's a degree of responsibility that all martial arts feel towards the sport,
Yeah.
and that's why they're very protective of the fact that you maintain its purity or you maintain its traditional aspect rather than modify it.
Yeah.
Time is 3 minutes sharp.
What a fine finish from Team
is 3
Singapore.
minutes sharp.
Roz, your comments on our three lads, Mohammad Iqbal, Mohammad Nazrul and Mohammad Anil Mustafa. How did you find the start, the finish, and of course everything that happened in between?
Yeah, they did fine, And there's stress-free on this performance because they are just doing the stuff to showcase their effort, and the gold medal is with them.
It's such a benefit when you think of the artistic event where you don't have disputes.
Yeah.
So 6-2 routine, 9.940. I think that's a fantastic score.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic score. Really well done here by our lads today. And I think it would have been nice to have seen another
Opponent,
opponent,
Yeah.
but all said and done, I think it was a marvelous performance from Team Singapore. So we're going to move on to the next event, which is going to be the senior match female A, and I'm going to leave my friend Ross to do the introductions and also to tell you a little bit about the alphabet use of A and B and C and right down to I. So we are going with the senior match female A.
Tanding Putri kelas A. Tanding Putri kelas A acara semifinals separuh akhir di antara sudut biru Vang Hong Pong dari Vietnam akan berdepan dengan Nur Farah binti Mazlan daripada Malaysia. Putri A Putri A adalah kelas ringan ya. Antara 45 kilo hingga ke 50 kilo. Ya, kalau anda perasan ya, tiap kali huruf itu naik, contohnya seperti kalau female A naik kepada female B ya. Putri A kepada putri B, maknanya bertambah lagi 5 kilo daripada 50 hingga ke 55. Jadi tiap-tiap huruf yang naik akan bertambah lagi 5 kilo.
So interesting times ahead for us, and we did speak about our first event, of course, in the matches, and this is now where it all changes, Ross. This is where the entire temperament, the mood,
temperature went up. Yeah. A little bit.
Well said, well said. And well, just to let you know, we are of course sitting in an air-cooled place, but Ross was rightfully said, of course, you know, when the flames fly, it just heats up the place. So we are going next with our senior match, female A, and that of course is the weight category, as Ross very clearly pointed out for us. Wang Hong Pong of Vietnam is going to be facing Nur Farha binti Mazlan of Malaysia, and this is also a first event for us with the ladies, or with the female category, or the female Persilats, where they actually get involved in a match. We've seen them in artistic representation earlier in the day. We started off this first two events, but this is different. This is the first actual, I would say, battle of the ladies, and that we're getting a view of.
The ladies, yeah, today.
How different is, you know, without seeming to sound chauvinistic in the least bit, because I love the fact that, you know, I find sometimes that the females or the ladies in the sport tend to put in even more effort than we lads do. How important is their management of stress levels, temperament, remaining calm, composed, and how difficult it is? Because I do understand that for the girls sometimes it can be a tough ask, because physiologically they tend to be different from the makeup of men, which is a lot easier. You know, we get by with everything. So how much more disciplined do they have to be, and what is the kind of conditioning that they need mentally and physically when they get into the competitive part of Silat? I'm not saying the training days. I'm saying when they are in the competitive part, how important is it that they are at the top of their game physically and mentally?
You know, ladies, they are emotional people, yeah. So the emotional aspect of their game is crucial, you know. If they feel confident, or they feel good, you know, or they feel they are being supported everywhere, you know, then their mental strength is better. But you know, if you put it this way, ladies usually are more perseverance, you know. Even though men can be stronger, but ladies, you know, they persevere more. They are more determined, and they can take a lot of hardship. Can a man pregnant for 9 months?
You're absolutely right about that. The only ones who do that are seahorses. The male seahorse carries the babies.
And for 9
I know how
months,
difficult
you know,
it is.
they can persevere. Yeah, they are strong people. They are only look like soft, but actually they are strong inside.
There's great inner strength with them.
Yeah,
I
the inner
do
strength is
understand
strong,
that.
yeah.
Totally, I feel you on that. I have to say that, you know, while we talk about this being a sport which can be competitive and aggressive in its way, can also be artistic. It's a whole different side to every element of Silat. it also boils down to, I think, one of the key examples that I had when I was growing up with people always talk about lady drivers not being the greatest because they're undecided. But for me, I actually learned to drive from a relative who was a girl.
Oh.
And she drove like a man. And she said it herself. She said, I drive like my dad. So we're getting a quick... we've got Sheikh Alauddin there, Dr. Sheikh Alauddin, a key man in the sport. And there's a reason why he has been so important with the Silat Federation in Singapore. Not only does he back it, he's also pushed for Silat at the Asian Games.
Highest level, yeah.
And let's not forget, he's got his lads in there,
Yeah.
and two of them in fantastic form.
Yeah.
We're going to see Sheikh Farhan today,
Yeah.
and yesterday we saw Sheikh Firdaus, and both wonderful boys,
Yeah.
wonderful boys. They're really,
Well mannered,
and they've got world recognition with their efforts.
Yeah.
Especially currently, Sheikh Farhan is really one of the biggest, isn't he?
Yeah. Both of them is the current world champion in their category.
So it's going to be, and to be fair, we're going to see both of them in action today. So it's quite an interesting bit. Yeah, so was actually talking to you about, Ross was talking to you about how learning to drive, and then I realized when I went for a driving test once,
Ladies and gentlemen, are you
it is the
ready
girls
for more
who give you all the hand
Pencak Silat
signals and
Let's
turn on the
turn
lights.
attention now to the Tanting Arena
It's kind of
for
strange,
senior
isn't it?
match,
And that just
female
goes to
A
show that
category.
their preparation
Let's
is so
welcome
much
our
more
Silat.
meticulous than us.
Yeah, more-
We just take it easy, anything goes.
From the blue corner, representing Vietnam, Vang Hong Pham.
So I'm looking forward to this. This is the first
Lady.
the first sparring encounter between the ladies.
Yeah.
And Bang Hong Pong of Vietnam takes on Nur Farah binti Mazlan of Malaysia. It will be an interesting battle. Very clearly, yesterday we did discuss this a couple of times over how
Both these girls
Vietnam,
are fast.
and we
both
spoke
these
about how
girls.
Vietnam has become
Yeah.
a powerhouse. And
Both of these girls are fast. But I don't know about the new rules. But the previous one, both of them are good.
we've got our coach back. Did have a word with him in the morning.
Yeah.
I think he was just getting his cup of tea or coffee.
And an opponent from the red corner, representing Malaysia, Nofara binti Maslan.
See, for Class A, they are all small because of the weight category.
So these are the lighter ladies,
The lighter ladies.
which means that we could also expect the speed factor.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that Silat really brings out. You don't see that too much in, maybe a little bit in boxing too, but I think what Silat brings out is the fact that the lighter, athletes do tend to rely on pace, and then you have that mid-level where they're not too heavy and they're not too light, and they rely on a balance of
Usually the middle category will be exciting because
they pack in both.
Yeah, they have both. And most of the fighter in this region fall in that weight category.
So it's speed and strength.
Yeah.
It's the heavy category where you notice there's more
Yeah.
use of strength than actual.
If you go for the US Open or in Europe, Belgium Open or this type of place, those Westerners they have more heavyweight fighter, the bigger fighters.
They have more mass, of course. Of
So
course.
they will usually they are competing in the higher weight category. For this region,
It's more the mid.
There's more the lightest. But you cannot tell because now people eat good food and you can see.
That's changing.
These
I've seen that
people
changing.
over here also growing big.
I've seen that. I've seen that changing. I mean, the new generation of Singaporeans, you
Yeah.
know, the younger generation, very different in physical makeup from, you know, what we
Yes,
grew up with.
their size, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
So a repetitive attack.
see, he was
Very
shocked.
drop from the red corner.
Will not be looked on kindly.
You see? Because once the guy fall, you can only attack once.
So
You
there's
cannot punch. No, that's why this play is.
a repetitive attack, and that's been granted. So just a worry there for Team Malaysia. And she's had her points deducted, and that was due to that attack that we saw. I think, Ross, you did mention yesterday there's two very important things to remember, even though we've had a change in the entire rules and regulations. One of the important things to remember is that when an opponent is down, you're allowed one attack. You're not allowed a repetitive attack. And the second is, of course, when using faculties like the knees, or using the knee against an opponent, you also have to be certain that you do not pull the gi or you know, the gear of your opponent. And the third one is striking at the thighs if it's not followed with
Another attack.
another attack or a complementary attack. And that's Rafaeli back in his seat, looking all suave, like he was yesterday. Just in case you don't know who we are talking about, I think Roger got to tell us a little bit about him.
Rafili?
Yes, and what he does.
He is the grandmaster for Perguruan Seligi Tunggal Angkatan Singapura. He take over the perguruan after the demise of his dad, which is one of the founding member of Silats in Singapore, Arwah Muhammad Ramli bin Awi, and he's well respected all over Silat world. You know.
So he's been a champion himself, a medal winner.
Yeah.
He and his brother together run the club.
Oh, after this, after the demise of the father, he ran the club with his brother, Zulfakar bin Muhammad Ramli.
And I did get a chance to hang out with him yesterday, and it was quite interesting because while we hung out and spoke, and he really is a top bloke. He works as a firefighter.
Really?
He works as a
Yeah,
firefighter.
yeah.
That's his full-time job. And it just made sense. It all fell into place for the simple reason that he's fit. That would be the best job for him.
So you can understand, you know, these people put in a lot of effort.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely top bloke.
He have his day job, you know, but he still come and do this volunteer job for the federation. These people, all you can see these people on the screen. They are doing this just because of the passion.
Absolutely, I
yeah.
actually had that conversation with him, and he was just talking about that. And I don't think it's very easy. So, Team Vietnam does get the benefit of that appeal. I was just talking to Mohammad Rafaeli yesterday, and he was just saying that you tend to be busy all the time, you know, running an institute, running a dojo. Then you have your daytime job. You've got family as well.
Yeah.
And he packs in quite a bit into his day. It's not, you know, and I'm sure you do as well. Ruslan.
He's lucky. He get his brother beside him. You know, so his brother Zulfakar, he's a former world champion himself. Yeah. So they take turn to manage things. They are in good relationship. That's the good point if you have you know, family members who can run the show together. You know? You ease the burden a bit, you know.
It does. It does. Absolutely does. I think we've had another
Dispute, yeah.
issue because there was a point deduction for Noor Farha. It was again that repetitive attack when the opponent was down, and I think that's going to be just going to be a tad bit of a problem for her.
You know, when she did it the first time, the wasit must inform her, cannot give her the warning or give her the reprimand. You know, if you don't do that, she's going to
For dropping.
repeat the action. You know. Or maybe she don't understand, or maybe she just lost in the fight itself.
I think
If
she
you
got lost in
remind
the
her,
momentum.
You remind her, it goes into her head, or I cannot do this again.
Absolutely. I think definitely lost in the momentum. That
Yeah.
was.
You remind her. You remind the. If you don't, the thing will continue. In the end, the people who watch the game get frustrated because the rules, you know, is open. Everybody knows the rule. The Silat fans, they know the rules. You know.
And points awarded to Wan Hong Pong. She's now on 6 points.
6 point, yeah.
I think there's also an element of keeping in mind the fact that these young ladies, they're young athletes.
Young athletes,
They're still, you know, that tender age where they can be molded, and they need to be, you know, directed in the right manner. It's almost a wheelbarrow there.
Yeah.
So a lock like that, can that earn you points, or is there
No. The lock itself don't earn you point, but if you lock and bring the girl down, you have the point.
For the dropping.
You must bring the girl down, you know.
So there's another review that we're going to have about that movement.
You see, the coach give the hand signal to the girl, punch one. You see, so the coach is reminding her. You can see, right? The coach showing the finger action. You punch once.
I think Noor Farha has had a few, just a few worries.
I think Sheikh can inform the KP, you know.
Sheikh Alauddin having a quick word there with the official. And that's really, he's quite a shining example, Sheikh Alauddin, of the people who give back to the sport, and you know the amount of passion he's put
heart
into
and
it.
soul on
Absolutely,
this sport, yeah.
Absolutely. It's, and I think the fruits of that are quite, you know,
Evident,
on display. With not only with, you know, how far the Silat Federation in Singapore has come, but also with his own family. You know, with you know how successful his lads have been, and they themselves now, of course, are being an influence on younger Persilats.
Yeah.
So
they have role models, you know. So they have to be a positive role model for the youngster. You know?
it's almost like passing the baton down to the next generation, isn't it? So what do you say with the family when you actually get involved, or you know, you become a Persilat? It's pretty much like, you know, that song Hotel California, where you say you can check on anytime you want, but you can never leave.
That's very true. It is like, you know,
once it draws you in, it won't let you go.
Like, you know, it's like a pulling attraction. You know?
And this time it's Team Malaysia who get the benefit of that call. So that's worked in favor of them.
Because the Vietnamese girl is on the floor, you know.
So it's now 5 points to Team Malaysia.
Now she doing what? One punch and she let go.
She got that right this time around.
But we must understand these people, the juries, the wasit. They are also performing with the new rules with the first competition, you know. So it's never easy for them, you know.
So here, of course, Wan Hong Pong just going over the stipulated time for the drop. And Noor Farah just pulling in a point from that single punch.
It's quite tight, the score.
I think the Malaysian Persila just leading by the fact that she's waited for those opportunities, looked for that.
And she go. She hit and she leave the scene, you know. Fast move.
Strike and retreat, I think it's. She's got herself into a fairly decent lead.
Yeah.
Started off very shaky, Noor Farah. And here we are at the end of round 1. And she's already 4 points ahead of her opponent. So remember, 3 rounds is what we do have in each match. And it doesn't always seem like an extended period of time. It's like almost shorter than most other sports, the kind of duration per round. But when there are points disputed, that can actually extend the match to quite a bit.
If you know, a lot of issues, a lot of dispute, you know, a lot of injuries. So every single time you stop the match or the game, you stop the clock. So the clock becomes longer and longer and longer.
We had a taste of that.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into round 2. Let's refresh this for you. It's Wan Hong Pong of Vietnam facing off with Noor Farah binti Mazlan. And it's my man Roslan and me, Glenn, taking you through today's action right here at the OCBC Arena. We are coming at you live from the Singapore Sports Hub. This is the 8th ASEAN or Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championships. And what a fantastic knock we've had coming in from Noor Farah. She's really pulled herself together. Started off in a very shaky manner, had a few obstacles here and there, but come back strong and not putting anything past her Vietnamese opponent, Wan Hong Pong, who's also been just tailing her, you know, with comfortable points. So it's 16-10 now. You still got 90 seconds in this round and another round to go.
Yeah, the Vietnamese Silat, she's still in it.
Not as aggressive as the Malaysian, but she's got her own style.
Yeah. She's fast. This Malaysian lady is fast.
And always has a smile after her, you know, her final attack. And that's where we really see the difference. The pace factor is so important.
Drop.
You would think that, you know, Noor Farah is just the more diminutive or more petite of the girls.
Yeah.
But she's a bit of a firecracker, isn't she?
Don't be deceived, you know.
Absolutely.
By the size.
She's got pace, she's got the moves right.
You see? Oh. The determination to bring her down, you know.
I think her ability to read her opponent. Her ability to read her opponent is quite fascinating. She stretched that lead. She's now at 25 points.
Now the instruction from the coach is move around. You see? She said, the coach said move around.
Yeah, because this is where Wan Hong will be trying to get her down.
I think it's a fall. You know the ting, 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 the sound?
Yeah.
This is the 5-second sound. So before the sound buzzer on,
Drop verification.
you still can drop her. Means it's not 5 seconds yet. After the buzzer sound, that means 5 seconds is up. So when you fall after that the buzzer, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. You see? He dropped right.
For the blue corner.
Because the buzzer haven't sound.
First reprimand for the blue corner.
So round 2, 31 seconds left, and it's a healthy lead so far. But I can see that, you know, Team Vietnam is not going to give up on this one either.
She's catching.
Valid drop for the red corner.
See, now the red corner doesn't do the multiple punch anymore. You can saw it? Yeah.
She got the message.
Yeah.
I think she just had that initial worry.
Valid drop for the blue corner.
So Wang Hong also, you know, putting in her best. She's at 19 now. And this is beginning to look dangerous. I can tell both the ladies very young.
Yeah.
Very young. Tried to figure out why that was awarded to the blue.
I think the red got the.
That's going to be disputed.
She got.
I think just a mix-up.
No. Yes.
And has to be awarded to the red.
Drop
So
for the red corner.
Because this is for the.
So that was rectified. It's at 31 points now for
the dispute that it is out of the ring.
No rope. Why?
Yeah, like this means outside the ring. You see the hand gesture?
outside the ring.
You see that the thing happened outside the ring.
So those points might actually be deducted. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. But you must understand the rule. If the execution is done inside the ring itself, and the guy who is executing the thing still inside the ring, is inside the ring. You know, because sometimes these people jump out. You know, then they claim that it is outside the ring.
So what you're saying, Ross, is that if you were to drop an opponent and you were standing inside the ring,
you execute
it's still a legal point.
Yeah, you execute the process.
Inside the ring.
Thing is inside the ring.
So it doesn't matter if your opponent then, of course, leans out and
he jump out,
tries to do a bit of damage control.
Is inside the ring,
And I think that's what I think they'll have to review.
That's to review.
I think.
But sometimes it is a grey area, that make people like dispute the thing, Oh, I inside, outside, So these people have to decide whether it's valid or invalid.
How important is that?
Yeah. So you cannot make both parties happy. You say invalid, these people angry. You say valid, these people angry. So they have to do those dirty jobs.
You can't please all the people all the time, isn't it?
Yeah. Buat masa kini pihak yang berada di VAR sedang meninjau dan akan membuat keputusan sama ada kejatuhan itu sah ataupun tidak sah. Kerana pesilat dari Vietnam yang membuat protes sama ada pesilatnya berada di luar gelanggang ataupun di dalam gelanggang. kita boleh lihat jatuh di dalam gelanggang. Then dia keluar. Okay. Jadi permintaan daripada Vietnam ditolak. 3 mata untuk merah.
So that'll stay?
Yeah, that will stay.
Absolutely, and I think you just pointed that out very well. She was, when executing the move, Noor Farah was well within that circle.
Yeah.
Really.
When she fall, she just roll out. Then they claim it's outside the ring. You know?
Outside the ring. So here we have it, 31-19. That's the scoreline at the end of round 2. And it is Noor Farah who leads with a very healthy 12 points. Now, getting into the last round, which will be round 3, and this is so crucial. Can Wang Hong Puong make a comeback? Is it possible for her to strike back? Because she has been unnerved just a little bit, and Noor Farah has actually gone from strength to strength. She started off shaky in the first round, got her balance back. She got all the do's and don'ts in place, and she was flying in the second round.
Yeah. But you know, in Silat, you always say fight to the end. And you can make some silly mistake and your opponent are right in front of you again. You know, so you must be on your guard, stay focused until the last gong. You know, it's not the whistle, it's the gong.
Until the last gong, yes,
Yeah.
yes. A welcome change from the whistle, if you ask me. So she's had a few words from her coach, Wan Hong, and that's what she's come with. She's very determined to get her opponent down, but Noor Farah, just as we figured out, is not an easy contender. Looks like she's got a slight worry on her. She did get a slight knock to, I think, the jaw, because she's wearing braces and can be slightly detrimental.
Oh, you see? She's smaller, you know, but the strength.
She's got strength.
The Vietnamese tried to pull her down a few times. No, she won't go down.
I think she's got strength, and she's just when she wants to execute a move, she'll go for it. This was a lovely takedown. Beautiful drop by Wan Hong Puong. Very smooth. And that's the contrasting styles between these two athletes. Noor Farah, very quick, very aggressive. Wan Hong a little more artistic in her approach. But she's just found it so difficult to knock down her opponent time and again. And Noor Farah has just kept herself comfortably ahead. She's at 40 points. It's a 12-point lead.
I think this game is over. You know? See, it's drop again. See, the blue is, you know, you try to pull down the red, but the red don't go down. You go down, means you are down. When your two shoulders touch the mattress,
and that's when you lose points. And so that's another 3 points for Noor Farah.
And the red corner won't go down.
So, to be fair, you're absolutely hit the nail on the head. 12 of those points, actually, if you notice, out of those 43 have come from Wan Hong being down by herself and trying to pull down Noor Farah.
That's what we call fail technique.
And then Noor Farah comes in and just adds another drop. So, which is why she's at 46.
But she keep on repeating the thing that she had failed before. Means this technique I execute cannot failure. So you don't do that. You change to other technique. Because the red corner defend this technique very well. You see? So
and you have to change.
You have to change.
Horses for courses. That's exactly what's not happening with Wan Hong.
She's continue doing the thing that, you know, Farah counter her, you know.
So you're saying actually Wan Hong has really unintentionally played to Noor Farah's strengths.
To Farah's game. Maybe she, you know. Do you see? You just give your leg to her, you know.
Well, now I think it's just a question of she herself is frustrated, but she did bring her down. 23 seconds left in this. Wan Hong is still fighting. She's about, well, I'd say 15 points behind. She's on 37. You know something, Ross? You just missed something entirely, and so did I. This has been, well, that's something that you pointed out earlier, so it's going to be 55 now.
Belly drop for the red corner.
We just missed something entirely. This is the highest scoring match between the last 2 days, yesterday and today. It's 56-37.
Oh, you see?
And that's those points are just growing.
That's coming, yeah.
So that element of, you know that you can't drop your opponent down. How important was it for Wang to have really read into that? And that's
another one, yeah.
Well, it's just been, I think, a series of unfortunate events for Wan Hong. She has struggled. To be fair to her, she's still on 39 points, you know. But
this is high scoring, you know. Oh, see, another 2 point, that one, straight to the chest.
Now this is what I like. So it's the end of round 3. It's of course a very clear win for Nur Farah binti Mazlan. 59 points to Wan Hong Pong's 39. And you want to tell us, Ross, what could Wan Hong have done different to have, because she's 20 points behind, but she had it within her. So would you think her biggest falling was that attempt to keep trying to drop Nur Farah down, and Nur Farah just turning that into her advantage? Do you think that was a turning point in this whole match?
Yeah, for me, what I see in this fight is the Vietnamese girl doing those drops technique that won't drop her opponent, and her opponent counter her very well, but she keep on repeating that move over and over again, and the Malaysian lady keep on countering her using the same technique again, and she never changed until the end of the game, you know. Maybe the coach never see, or maybe she never listened to the coach. I don't know. But she need to change. This technique doesn't work, you know. So I have to change. And
so she really probably did not have a plan B in mind.
Because she is doing the same thing over and over again, you know. Maybe, you know, after the round 1 or round 2, when the coach speak to her,
I think she actually gifted you know, Nur Farah around 24 points. 24 points with her attempts every time she would fall and, you know, try to bring her down.
Each fall 3 points, you know.
So that's totally worked in. But very impressive performance from our Persilas from Malaysia. We weren't really expecting to see that little spark of energy. Nur Farah binti Mazlan. So impressive. It's been an impressive start for us in the matches, and what a high scoring start. What an absolutely high scoring start. So cumulatively we were looking at 98 points. 98 points, 59, 39.
The two athletes after the third round, the final gong, both of them still look fine. They don't pan, they don't look tired, you know. Their breathing still stable. You know? That means their physical condition is good.
And
they are very fit. Yeah.
That really gets down to, you know, training and dedication, and that's marvelous from the ladies. Talking of which, we have 2 more contestants coming in. Now it's going to be Singapore facing off with Indonesia in the senior match female A.
Sekarang buat separuh akhir yang kedua, ya. Female putri kelas A antara pesilat dari sudut biru Nandra binti Syahrin daripada Singapura akan bertembung dengan pesilat dari sudut merah Dinda Nuraida dari Indonesia.
So our next matchup is going to be between Nadra binti Sahrin of Singapore, and she faces off with Dinda Nuraida of Indonesia. This is the senior match female A. So we're still sticking with the same category, Roz. And you still have, well, I won't say the smaller, but the lighter. The lighter Persilats taking part in this.
So the Malaysian lady is in the final. So the winner of this match will face off.
So, rightly pointed out, so it was Nur Farah who has made the final in the female A division, and the winner of this match, as Ross pointed out, will meet her in the final. So this is there. We've got it right up on the screen for you. Senior match female A, and gives you the weight category as well. Remember, the weight category is so important, but I think Ross, something that you can provide for all our mates in Indonesia or Malaysia, and you very clearly highlighted this point that you have weight categories, but often you have a certain weight category, like maybe, you know, a G, taking part in an I or in a higher category, and that is because their skill sets are so good. They are so you want to elaborate a little bit on that. Tell us how you can be in one category but still take part in a higher category of weight. How does that come about?
Calling for Pencak Silat from the red corner.
So, Ross, very clearly we were, you know, discussing this ability of an athlete to move from one category to the other, and how does that come about? Through weight loss or weight gain?
Or if he wants to compete in the higher weight category, first of all he must meet the weight category. After he meet the weight category, then he can jump to the category that he wishes to fight.
So that's so important. What happens in the case of reducing weight? What if you drop weight? Do you then participate in a lighter category, or that doesn't really happen that often?
Usually,
Pencak
Silat,
red corner.
if their height is lower, they wish to participate in the lower category.
Makes sense.
Because if you are short and you are fighting in the heavier category, then you will meet with those taller girls, you know, have reach advantage.
It's a very interesting year. We've started off with Nadra binti Sarin, who's facing off with Dinda Nuraida of Indonesia, and well, the Indonesian Pencak Silat is more of a watchful contender.
Yeah.
Nadra more the attacking sort, but very interesting. This battle, which has started off,
It's a drop.
Valid draw for the blue corner.
8-7. Quite a closely fought encounter between the ladies, the young ladies here.
This call is difficult because they together, you know.
Side by side, you
Side
fall
by
down
side.
together, and you got to find out who touched the floor, the surface first.
So they are asking the jury for assistance. You know why? Because he carried the hand like that. He put the square box like that. He did the VR.
You know, in the good old days, if you did something like that and you put that square sign up, or, you know, the recent past, it normally could also mean a selfie.
No.
It depends on the situation or the location of doing that.
Yeah, what is dispute? Cannot.
On process dropping the same together, blue and red on process, drop, bicep.
So the review, being held right now, and there we have our very popular Persilats. You've got Sheikh Firdaus there. You've got the ladies who you're going to see in action today.
Beside her, beside him, is his sister.
The whole family. They're just all in there and there. So we're going to see, most of them in action today. We're going to see Sheikh Firdaus. He'll be on field in the arena later in the day. And then let's not forget, up next, we've got Sheikh Farhan.
Oh, up next, eh?
Sheikh Farhan comes up next with the senior match male J division, and he's going to be battling it out with Mohammed Rabial bin Sabri of Malaysia. So interesting, very interesting matchup.
Both these
Something
fighters
exciting.
are seasoned fighter.
Very interesting to
both of
watch. And that's going to be actually our just a break in momentum before we get back to the ladies for another 3 matches. So here we clearly have what happened.
Catch. Oh, it's so close, yeah.
Tough to call, of course.
So in Indonesia got the drop.
And I think what's interesting in this drop that we saw was Dinda Nuraida just drawing in Nadra Binti Sarin. They've got the points. Indonesia's, I think the points were disputed, but they've been awarded that back again. So it's now, of course, 14-11.
Oh.
Blue dropping. Blue dropping. Cause attack.
Right.
How important is it when you're looking at the match, and how we were just talking about this a while back, Roz and me, and Roz, I'm going to ask you, you've got the coaching staff in there. You've got the coach and his assistant now in a cube on both sides. How important is it for them to monitor what's happening in the arena? How important is it for them to make sure that they don't blink, because there are just those slight moments where you might miss out on things like points tallying, decisions, drops.
Yeah, for the Pesilat to succeed in their fight, the whole team must play a part. Like say the Pesilat, they have the coach, 2 of them. She have the team manager and herself. The whole team must work together. For the Pesilat is in the ring, listen to the coach. For the coaches, he must be aware. The drops are given to a Pesilat. The drops that's being deducted from a Pesilat, he must be aware the point, whether it's tally with the decision making. If the decision goes against you, you can bring it up, and the team manager also must play a big part. You must be aware of the fight. If, let example, your Pesilat were given the drops, it's already valid, were given, but the point is not reflected in the scoreboard. You need to bring up. You need to bring up to the official.
You need to monitor that.
You need to monitor that. If you don't do all this stuff,
that's really your loss then.
It's your loss. You're betraying your fighter.
Absolutely. It's
you know,
so important for the
it's
coaches
so
to be watchful.
Because it is given, then you don't get the tally. It's just a betrayal to your fighter.
It is. So Dinda Nuraida gets the benefit of that call, and that's going to send her points up, which means it's going to be even Stevens.
Let it drop for the red corner.
14 all. That could have been a bit more for Dinda Nuraida. So we're still in round one, if you haven't counted that, Roz. It's 30 seconds left in round one, and there's been quite a bit of reviews here. And that's a drop.
Valid drop for the red corner.
Dinda Nuraida, the Indonesian Pencak Silat, she's got this default, follow-up, which is basically with arms wide open. She always has arms outstretched to draw the opponent in.
Valid drop for the red corner.
Sunatra Binti Sarin just losing her ground a little bit towards the end of the round. But it's a high-scoring round, 22-16. We don't see that normally in round one. You see the points flurry happen in round two normally.
Round one, yeah. You see the different, these two Pencak, when they poise for fight, the red corner tends to be more lower, they bend the body, more than the blue corner.
It's got a kind of a crouched stance.
It is quite a risky doing that, because if a punch land in her face, then the blue corner won't get the penalty, because in Silat terms we call it salah bela, means because you go so down, you get hit. It's not because this girl hit your face.
Both athletes very determined, and I do totally get this bit of you just mentioned very clearly
on the dropping technique
about the stance, and she has a very unusual stance. You don't see that in too many Pencak Silats. So what you're actually saying, Roz, is that your posture, your fighting stance could actually be different from the orthodox ones, but it's not necessarily illegal.
Yeah, it's not illegal.
But it puts you at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Certainly hung on for dear life here, Dinda Nuraida. So round two, 94 seconds as we see, and
on process, red drop first and blue 2 seconds. Okay.
it's an appeal from Team Singapore. And the Indonesian Pencak Silat, well, she's kept her momentum. She's actually got a split. She's been, every time she's got a break, she stretches.
Yeah.
one thing I find very characteristic about this matchup is you see this in many different sparring matches in different sports as well, where you have one athlete, who in this case would be Nadra binti Sarin of Singapore, who's very exuberant, who's very enthusiastic, wants to go in for that attack.
Yeah.
And then you have somebody like Dinda Nuraida who wants to get the opponent riled up so she can unsettle her. And that's when she unsettles her, then she tries to effect her move, which is a drop or a kick.
If you call this in boxing term, is a Dinda Nuraida is a Mayweather.
Oh, yeah.
Is those counter-attacking,
absolutely.
Counter-attacking fighter. You come.
What a star, right?
Yeah.
What a star. What a study actually in athleticism.
Yeah.
You just spoke about Mayweather, and people have to actually use those kind of principles. And well, here it was very clearly a drop for. So I think Singapore will get the benefit of that.
Yeah.
Rightly called.
Yeah.
That was very smart appeal. Very smart appeal. So it was Nadra who got the better of Dinda Nuraida in this, which means now she's 3 points away. And we've got a fight on. We've definitely got a fight on here. Both Persilats are very determined. And I think they're well matched in terms of speed, strength.
$24 all.
And this round will say a lot. So I think the officials just overrode that repetitive attack.
It's on the ground. Cannot.
So it will. I think this round should go pretty smoothly.
Yeah. Oh.
And Nadra binti Sarin now playing to her own strengths. It's twice that she has turned her action around to effect those drops. And she's done extremely well. And surprisingly, Dinda Nuraida drawn into that. I'm still trying to figure the crouch stance. What animal does that really? What the crouched stance?
Crouch.
What animal would that really?
Tiger.
Fairly said.
Yeah.
Fairly said. Normally, when you do open up into big flamboyant stance, that happens to be the crane, doesn't it? The painful part about all the martial arts that are inspired by birds and animals and their movements is that no one's paying any of them any copyright. We just take it all from them. And then we pretend like it was ours.
Yeah.
So Nadra binti Sarin is a coach checking on her breathing and her comfort. Is that? I think brilliant comeback from her.
Yeah.
She was just tailing behind.
No, these two Pencak, if you watch their fight, the red one and the blue one, the blue corner, once the fight gets together is grappling. The takedown, she's better. She's better in grappling takedown. So you can see once the Silat comes together,
the blue has the advantage.
Yeah, because she the technique of dropping with that kind of situation, she's better. So if the coach or the red one realize this, then she will inform the Silat, don't come too close like that, because every single time they contact,
yeah,
the red will fall.
It's the red that falls. Yeah. So I think for Dinda Nuraida of Indonesia, it's really going to boil down to whether she can attack and then move back.
Get off,
attack.
Yeah. Because I see the height. She's taller.
Yeah, and I think she's used a bit of that here today. She's actually doing that in this round, which is why she's now reduced the deficit to 9 points.
Yeah.
But round 3, this is a crucial one.
Yeah, she moved back, right?
But Nadra Binti Sarin says, I'm still around, I'm still very much in control, and I'm not letting go.
Dispute.
Not drop. Because not drop.
The red corner?
Yeah, they dispute the drop.
So exciting times for us right now in Singapore. We are streaming and coming at you live from the OCBC Arena at the Sports Hub Singapore, from Sports Hub Singapore. And it's me, Glenn. Along with me, I've got my man Roslan, who has been with me right through yesterday, and he'll be with me tomorrow as well. We've had a great time covering this event for you. And we started off with the ladies, who, of course, bring in a different element. They bring in that color, they bring in that slight finesse as compared to the boys' aggression. But it's interesting because this match that we are currently in the midst of has been a really tough one for us. Let's remind you once again that this is the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championships. We're so used to calling it ASEAN, but let's not also forget that while we get ahead with the action, we've got one of the best, or two of the best Silat performers in the male category, and they'll be coming on next. That's Sheikh Farhan and of Singapore, who will battle Muhammad Rabial of Malaysia. I'll leave Ross to tell you more about that as the match progresses. But for now, what we thought would have been a rather quick encounter between Nadra Binti Sarin and Dinda Nuraida, and we've had quite a few stops regarding the reviews. But really, even though there's an 8-point difference, I think a fairly decent matchup between these two ladies. It's been exciting.
It's been exciting, with the new rulings, 8 points, you can, you see, upheld, means minus 3 points already, right? Then it will become closer.
They'll get closer. That's so important. There's no change in points for Nadra Binti Sarin.
Even though the is upheld, right? But
I think they just heard you. But that's for the kick.
Yeah.
That's for the kick. Absolutely. So
you see,
it's could be a stumbling block for the athlete. I mean,
his appeal is being upheld, right?
Absolutely. But it has to also reflect on the points, and that's something that they have to keep track of. So Dinda Nuraida also not giving up. She knows how important the time element is. Just over 45 seconds left here. 44 seconds to be precise now. It's Nadra Binti Sarin on 43 points. And Dinda Nuraida on 34.
She's fighting.
She's giving it back as much as she can. She's one gutsy Silat. And she's held on.
Rally drop for the red corner.
And that's just 2 points adrift now with 8 seconds left. What a matchup this is turning out to be. Nadra binti Sarin with Dinda Nuraida. And for Nadra, how important is that? Just that last bit. We've got 0.11 seconds left. Well, that last drop was so important for Nadra, wasn't it? What an exciting finish. You almost thought that the Indonesian player Dinda Nuraida would have pulled that away from Nadra binti Sarin, but fascinating finish. And are you happy with this matchup, Ross? Needless to ask.
I'm very happy. You know, this is what, like I say, always say, is fight to the last end. And when this happens, is you feel satisfied, because she doesn't give up until the last gong, And the last drop is towards the last gong,
That really made all the difference, didn't it? She was just 2 points adrift, and you thought, that...
one kick and gone,
Absolutely. So Dinda Nuraida did put in an effort, but ultimately it was Nadra binti Sarin who's reigned supreme to move into the final.
Yeah.
And she will meet Nur Farah binti Mazlan. So it's Singapore versus Malaysia. Quite interesting, isn't it? So we move on now from there to our next big event, and this is the senior match male J category, and a very big one for us, Ross. So you wanna take us to this? This could very well be a star match.
Yeah. Oke, untuk match yang ke-18 ya, putra kelas J, pertemuan antara dari sudut biru Sheikh Farhan bin Sheikh Alauddin daripada Singapura akan bertemu pesilat dari sudut merah Muhammad Robial bin Sobri daripada Malaysia. Kedua-dua pesilat ini adalah pesilat yang season fighter ya. Kira kedua-duanya amat mantap dan kita menunggu-nunggu pertandingan ini. Pemenang ini akan langsung maju ke pertandingan akhir. Kita harap-harap mereka akan memberikan persembahan yang mantap untuk para pencinta silat di seluruh dunia. Kita tunggu ya keadaannya nanti.
So, a little bit on this, and just as Roz was talking about these two lads earlier, you did mention to me that Sheikh Farhan, of course, has been one of our star performers. He's also a very good role model for a lot of the youngsters, for the new blood joining Silat in Singapore. Tell us a bit about both these lads that we're going to get a view of soon. You spoke about them being very seasoned professionals.
Yeah, both of them has been in the Silat world for quite some time, and both of them is being respected around the world in the Silat fraternity. So it will be very interesting, this match.
It could be a close-fought encounter.
It is close-fought, and I'm praying and hoping that it will be free from controversial, free from those negative element. I just want to see
now, ladies and
good,
gentlemen,
pure
we have a
Silat
senior match
competition.
from the
We just want a clean fight.
Yeah, clean fight, and enjoy the fight.
Arena. From the blue corner.
Well, I'd say that the previous match was definitely you'd have your money's worth for that.
Yeah.
With Team Indonesia and Team Singapore. So here's Sheikh Farhan bin Sheikh Alauddin, 90 to 95 kg. I did not think he was that heavy. I really did not. Oh, I just realized he's got the height factor too.
Yeah.
Fairly close in build to his father.
Yeah.
in terms of the height,
The
and
height,
he's
yeah.
got the width as well on the shoulders.
Yeah.
And his opponent from the red corner, representing Malaysia, Muhammad Robial bin Sabri.
You know what is interesting? I just realized about the lads, and Farhan spends a lot of time with his dad. What happens? That's Mohammad Robial, of course, our next the opponent for Sheikh Farhan. Just as you mentioned, of course, Roslan, another respected competitor, and he looks it. He's popular as well. I think what is the interesting bit is that if you look forward in time and you go ahead and you think the legacy of the Singapore Silat Federation, now the continuation of it rests in the hands of stars like Muhammad Rafaeli and the Sheikh Farhan and Sheikh Firdaus, and these are the lads who'll probably take it onwards.
Yeah.
So even if Sheikh Dr. Sheikh Alauddin has to take his foot off the pedal and maybe take a vacation, which he doesn't, you'd still have these lads to rely on, who are very responsible and dedicated to the sport.
Yeah. These guys spend their entire life in Silat activities.
And these boys, regardless of their weight, they're extremely fast.
Yeah, they're agile,
So interesting matchup here.
Those weight are not fats,
It's muscle.
Muscle mass,
Muscle. But for muscle to be in motion, it requires that much of cardio activity, and
the balance.
it's not easy. So there's a lot of work that goes into it.
See both sides. The height is almost identical.
Well matched, and I'm sure they're very well acquainted with each other's styles of Silat.
Oh, they know each other.
So here we launch into a very special match. We did mention this earlier for you. It could very well have been one of the VIP matches yesterday. This is our seasoned performers we're looking at.
Bagi pesilat merah dan biru, mereka antara pesilat yang tidak asing lagi dalam dunia silatnya. Sheikh Alauddin, Sheikh Farhan bin Sheikh Alauddin adalah juara dunia. Dia bertemu dengan Robial, Muhammad Robial. Muhammad Robial juga adalah antara pesilat yang top di dunia. Jadi pertandingan ini akan mempersembahkan teknik-teknik yang sungguh menarik. Mudah-mudahan kita dapat lihat pertandingan yang mantap daripada kedua-dua pesilat ini.
So rightfully pointed out by Roz, these two lads, of course, not only well acquainted with each other, it's also the Silat federations of each of the countries also very well acquainted with these lads. And that's the first drop. Sheikh Farhan does well here to hold on, but it was Mohammad Robial who did pull in the points first with his strikes. Good comeback from Sheikh Farhan. Time and time again we've seen how important those drops are. There's one thing that I did notice very clearly, which stands out for me, about the Sheikh Alauddin's lads. They have a very unassuming stance compared to, a lot of the other competitors. It's a very, just wait and watch kind of easy stance. But I'm beginning to think that also gives them a certain level of control over movement. And it's difficult for the opponents to read those movements. So it's 5-2. No bad blood between these two lads. They are, as we did speak about them, they know each other well. They're healthy competitors. And Sheikh Farhan, well, just more grounded on his feet.
Yeah.
And that's been the difference between these two lads from the start of this match.
They have respect for each other. That's very important, you see.
So end of round one, and the level of professionalism can be seen through the points.
Yeah.
You're not looking at 30 points
crazy
and
point,
20 points. You're looking at 5 and 2 here. That's how close matches like this are.
It's hard to get points when your opponent is, very good defensively and very well versed in Silat movement. For you to break their defense is, is difficult.
And the stronger an exponent of Silat you are, the more you tend to be able to use your mind in the actual match.
Yeah.
You won't unnecessarily
do mistake. Yeah.
Make mistakes or
because
launch attacks.
Any mistake you make will be punished. So they are very, very careful and calculated.
The counter attacks really do stand out with this level of Silat practitioners. So into round two. It's been a good start with round one. Oh, that is a forceful drop. Well read, well picked out by Sheikh Farhan. And that's just one of the things that I was thinking of earlier. Mohammad Robial just tends to be a little bit more, lighter on his feet.
Yeah.
While Sheikh Farhan tends to be a bit more grounded.
For the Robial to enter the defense, he need to think and think and think and think.
He's going to have to rely on punches and
because
contact.
You carry your leg, you will catch your leg. You're going to fall. So for you to kick, you must be absolutely sure it will enter the defense. Then he will carry his leg.
And that you can pull back.
If not, he catch your leg and you're done for.
I think he's kind of realized that a little bit.
He's using his hand more, right?
Which is why he's starting to rely more on his hand movements. And is that going to be disputed? Certainly looks like it. I think Sheikh Farhan was just complaining about a knock to his face earlier. So currently it stands that Sheikh Farhan is on 10 while Mohammad Robial is on 5. It's been, well, smooth sailing till now.
Yeah.
And I think that decision too will be taken into account quite fast. So
Valid drop for the red corner.
And the Malaysian Tigresses, getting a good view of the activity. They did perform, in the early part of the day. Gave us a wonderful showing as well. So here's Mohammad Robial climbing back into it. Sheikh Farhan currently on, still in the lead. Round 2 will tell us pretty much the story of what to expect in round 3. How crafty is that? How very crafty is that from Sheikh Farhan? He's managed to, turn things around a couple of times over. Now doubling that points lead, and that's so important coming towards the end of round 2. He's going to set himself into a bit of a solid position before they can get into the next round. And once again, Mohammad Robiel just unable to get him off his feet. And I just believe that what he was doing in the earlier part of round 2, where he was using his hands more for the attack, and that would have been just a safer area for him to play within. So end of round 2, and you think this is a healthy enough lead for Sheikh Farhan?
Yeah, because you can see both round 1 and round 2 low scoring, and for him to have this kind of lead is quite a task for the Malaysian athlete to cover back,
So he's got 11 points to equalize and avoid any attacks from Sheikh Farhan. It's going to be interesting, and that's the Malaysian coach, of course, having a quick word with him. You get the view that the Malaysian coach is a lot more easier to deal with and less stern than some of the other coaches.
They're one of those uncle,
Just seems a lot kinder.
Yeah.
Well, so much that, the Pencak Silat actually learns from the coach. And it's not just about fighting, but it's also all those values, how to deal with stress, how to deal with certain situations.
Just carry yourself in certain dignity,
Absolutely. And one thing that I've learned, with watching most of the Silat battles since yesterday, how important is it to read your opponent and then to change your strategy?
Yeah.
And the ones who failed to do that are the ones who actually lost out. So as we get ahead after this amazing match, it's going to be the ladies back in action. And would that be sweat, a bit of perspiration, or water?
Yeah. Sometimes when they have the breaks between the rounds, they drink. You see the vest is all wet. They drink the water. That bit of water need to be wiped off.
Okay, so it's
because
they definitely don't want it to be slippery.
Yeah, it can be dangerous.
So into round 3, and this is a crucial one. If there's anything that Mohammad Robiel can pull back, it'll have to be within this time, because Sheikh Farhan still very healthy lead. He's kept that 11-point lead. Both athletes here striking, and he's managed to land a strong kick. And this is what we saw earlier as well. I think highlighted by you, Ross, that Mohammad Robiel, when he does kick, there's 8 out of 10, there's a chance that his leg will be grabbed. But for Sheikh Farhan, it's the other way around. He's extremely quick.
Yeah.
He does land the kick and draw back very quickly.
Now he's just doing the punching,
Well, he does know that it can be, well, just the tide would turn against him if he attempts too many kicks and gets caught. I've also noticed the ability to keep his feet a little more firmly planted on the ground. He's changed his stance a little bit, Mohammad Robiel.
Yeah. But I think it's a little bit too late,
It's
because the gap is
10 points. It's huge.
Yeah,
It's huge. And these points don't come easy.
But if you depend on punches to get 10 points, you score another 2 points. See, you look away a second and boom,
And that's
kick.
it.
He just
and he's fast, Sheikh Farhan.
The red corner just turn a little bit, and there you go, 2 points.
Well, that's double the points, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
it's been a very, very clear win. I would say a comfortable win for Sheikh Farhan, because he kept those points coming at regular intervals. Did not have a flash of points and then draw back, but he's been very consistent. And these two lads, they're not just good competitors, they're good friends as well. They've enjoyed the match, and we have as well. So you want to tell us the result,
Let's
Ross?
give it up for your winner from the blue corner, Singapore.
Keputusan memihak kepada pesilat dari sudut biru, Sheikh Farhan ya. Kemenangan yang agak selesa ya. Dalam keadaan undang-undang baru ini, ada pesilat yang dapat menyesuaikan diri lebih pantas daripada pesilat yang lain ya. Jadi yang mana pesilat yang dapat menyesuaikan diri lebih pantas dengan undang-undang baru ini akan dapat lebih kejayaan. Bagaimanapun dua-dua pesilat menunjukkan sportsmanship yang agak tinggi ya. Tidak ada apa-apa kontroversi. Pertandingan ini berjalan dengan baik. Moga-moga hari ini akan berjalan seperti ini hingga ke penghujungnya.
So very quickly the result there, Ross giving us a bit of information about Sheikh Farhan and Mohammad Rabial, and Sheikh Farhan of course with a very, very comfortable win. Now it's going to be interesting because we're going to follow this up with a new matchup, and that of course will be Lê Thị Van An of Vietnam facing off with Rifka Mursidia Binti Mistam of Singapore. It's going to be a very different matchup for us after the one that we just saw between Sheikh Farhan and Mohammad Rabial. Let's remind you that this is the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championships 2022. Together as one, that's a tagline, and that's exactly what all of us have been, including Roz and myself here. And we are with you till tomorrow, where tomorrow, of course, there will be a flurry of matches followed by the closing ceremony. We still have to get through today, and today there are still so many more action-packed encounters for you. Matter of fact, in the first session, just to be precise, we have got a good 9 matches still left. And that's going to be interesting before we get into our dinner break. Stay with us right here at the OCBC Arena. We are coming at you live from Sports Hub Singapore, and it's been a great Saturday for us. We do hope that you're enjoying it just as much. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the action going with our next match from the senior female C category. Let's welcome our Pesilats to the Tanding Arena. From the blue corner, representing Vietnam, Letty Van On. And from the red corner, representing Singapore, Rivka Musina Binte Mista.
About time we actually launch into our next action-packed encounter, and this time around it's going to be Team Vietnam facing off with Team Singapore. For Vietnam, Upper Silat, Letty Van On, and for Singapore it is Rivka Murshida Binti Mistam. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Rivka can bring to the table against her Vietnamese counterpart. This is the senior match female C category. It's a semi-final, so don't forget. Earlier as well, what we did see was a semi-final when Sheikh Farhan took on Mohammad Rabial in the J category. So we did start off with the finals, which were the artistic finals right at the start. But that, of course, has changed after that. There's been matchups, and these, of course, are the real sparring encounters. It's going to be an interesting one here today. And let's figure out what exactly we're pretty much drawn to the halfway mark, because after this we've got a good 8 matches left, and it's been a very exciting, well, first session for us till now. So here we have it, Letty Van On facing off with Rivka Murshida Binti Mistam. We started off with the female A category, which was the girls just lighter. This is the C category. Just a tad bit more muscle or height on these young ladies. Picture of concentration. Both the Persilats, who are right before our eyes, waiting for that opportune moment to attack. Do keep in mind the fact that there has to be contact within a stipulated time, otherwise the referee is going to call, well, both of them out, give them a warning as well. So there has to be contact. There has to be an initiative. And here's Letty Van On actually progressing with a kick. She's landed 2 points for herself after finding the target. It's the second time around that she's done it. Just a few early worries, I would think, for Rivka of Singapore. We're still trailing behind the points. And well done here by the Singapore Persilat to effect that drop. Smooth, actually. They swing it around, bring that momentum and bring her opponent down first. But she's had a few worries. A couple of attempts to drop haven't been successful for the simple reason that it's been a bit tough to pull down her opponent for Rivka. But those counters have been so important. And those planned drops, and she's got a smile on her face. She knows she's pulled in the points there. Currently leading with 6 points to Lethi Wanan's 2. And it's the third time around that she's turned that around in her favor. Lethi Wanan, of course, very effective with the kick. She's been able to land them in target spots, but it's those drops that have really been her stumbling block. And, well, that's the fourth time around. She's just been able to get on top of her. Young Rivka, she's also got a smile on her face with every move executed. So ends off round one in emphatic fashion. I think it's still fairly close. Rivka just leading. She's got a 4-point lead over Vietnam's Lethi Wanan, but 3 times around she did come back with a counter move that really worked in her favor. And if she can keep that going, that's going to be quite interesting, because she did manage to pull it off extremely well. So the big question here is, can Lethi Wanan counter that? She did not have too many answers to those questions she had in her mind, and I think this is the part where she probably will have a chat with the blue box, and they'll be able to really guide her as to how to read or to strategize the next part or the next round in this matchup. Interesting, very interesting to see these two young athletes in action, and they bring in an entirely different flavor to their matchup compared to the others that we've seen. Those kicks are so important, those drops are so important, but do keep in mind the fact that just as my good mate Roz, keeps pointing out time and again, your attempt to drop the opponent down, and if the opponent doesn't and you drop, you still lose points. You're conceding 3 points to your opponent. So when you drop with the ability to follow it up with bringing your opponent down, you better do it. This is exactly what I meant. Rivka just putting herself at a disadvantage. And Lethi Wanan has shot ahead in this round. She's 3 points into the lead. Still good 80 seconds left in this round, so no one's going anywhere. And once again, Rivka just, with a failed attempt to bring down Lethi Wanan. She's giving her the advantage, which is something that she should be careful about. Well, it was smooth sailing for her in the first round, but in the second round, Lethi Wanan has come back very strong. And this is where those breaks in between and the time spent with your coach really makes the difference, because your coach can read the opponent as well as read your own strengths. And the outcome of it will be very simple. Can they come up with, well, the goods to counter your opponent, especially when the opponent is in a dominating position? Well, the answer is yes. So 17-12, Lethi Wanan leads in this match. While we do get through this, let's not forget one effective bit that most of the Persilats will have been able to use is the kick. But this time around, Lethi Wanan still, well, pulling in her own. She's 6 points ahead now. And that's pretty much the end of round two. So round one did go to Rivka Mursida, and round two went to Lethi Wanan, who now leads by 6 points. So it's 20 to 14. We will get into the third round to find out who will cap it off with a win here today, or will it be a chance for Team Singapore to come back in. Interesting times ahead, very interesting times ahead. Lethi Vanan also getting, well, in every sport what we call the magic spray. We call it magic because you spray it, it burns, and then it's a relief. As easy as it sounds. But it's enduring those a few seconds, I guess, that makes the difference. So here it is, the Team Vietnam. They're back in today. They're back in a very big manner. We saw Wang Hong of Vietnam put on a really good showing with Nur Farah Binti Mazlan of Malaysia, and that was earlier in the day. And she, of course, did go down. It was the Malaysian Persilat who won that encounter to set up an encounter with Nadra Binti Sarin of Singapore in the final. But here, this is pretty much where the last round will count, and Lethi Vanan just seems to be going from strength to strength. She's on 23 points now. A few worries here now for Rivka. Started off very well in the first round, but has just lost her way a bit in the second round. And, well, that drop, fantastic. Effecting a very, very smooth drop. Very, very sharp in her movement, Lethi Vanan. She's come with a plan. Well, almost seemed like the victim in the early part, but she's turned around to be, well, the attacker entirely in the last round and in this one. 29 points, and that's a very healthy lead, 15 points ahead. If you think about it, what a change. What an entire change from how they started off. And now 17 points ahead. So was just actually looking at this match very clearly, Roz, and I was just thinking to myself, Rivka, who started this match in a very easy manner, she won the first round. In the second round, of course, then, as we saw, it was Lethi Vanan who came back to lead, and she had a decent lead of about 8 points.
Yeah.
Now she's 34, while Rivka is at 15. She's just gone from being a helpless victim in the first round to being the aggressor.
Yeah.
It's a massive comeback.
That's why I have been repeating myself, you know. This Silat is 3 rounds, you know, and you must adopt during the fight, you know. Let's say the red corner first round, she is doing well. The blue corner, you know, they have the coach over there. Maybe the coach is reading the red corner style of play.
And believe you me, that made all the difference in the second round. Absolutely.
During the break, the coach will input all those messages to his fighter, you know.
This is one of the things I actually do respect a lot about Vietnamese athletes. I'm not just saying in Silat, but, you know, generally. You tell them.
They follow. Yeah.
They follow to a T.
Yeah. They're disciplined lot, the Vietnamese.
What a change. What a change from 12-8 to now turning it around to 40-17.
Yeah.
Oh, she's been impressive. And from that first round where Lethi Vanan just had no answers to Rivka, she was taken down on 3 occasions.
Yeah.
She just turned it around, and what a massive win. That is not just a huge comeback, but it's a very convincing win. So Lethi Vanan of Vietnam defeats Rivka Murshida Binti Mastam of Singapore, 43-17. Massive.
It's a huge win for the Vietnamese girl, you know.
Let's give it up for your winner from the blue corner, Vietnam!
The break during the intervals are important. That's the time you have 1 minute to do it. You know, you put in as much as possible the information that you have from the first round. Coach is very important. Even the very best in the world need a good coach. You know?
We did see that during this match where, you know, Lethi Wanan was actually looking at her coach time and again in the first round because she seemed helpless. And then that, you know, chat in between. And she just came back with an entirely different strategy. And I think, you know, Ross, you've been underlining this a couple of times, you know, during our conversations, that you need to change your strategy in the midst of the fight when it's not working.
Yeah, you need to change, you know.
But how difficult is that for an athlete? Keep in mind the fact that, okay, you're a fresher, you're more new to the contest. It tends to be difficult. For more experienced players, it's an entirely different scenario. It comes naturally.
Comes naturally. That's why listening to the instruction of the coach is important. But another view that is the coach must understand their fighter strength and weakness, you know. If they understand their fighter's strong point and weakness, or the opponent's strong point and weakness, very good. For example, okay, the coach say, you know, you kick or you tojang or you side kick, but his fighter is weak in this side kick or is weak in this sabit, you know. Then you ask your fighter to execute this move. Then the fighter follow your instruction, right? When he do it, but he's weak in it, he get caught.
Absolutely. So
you know, you must know your fighter's strength and your fighter weakness. You know, if
that
you
is
know,
so important, isn't it?
yeah, it works both way. You know, you as a coach, you must understand. You ask this person to execute this move, but you must know this person able to execute the move or not. Yeah.
So we're going to move on to our next two, and that's Rahmawati of Indonesia taking on Chao Thi Mai Xuan of Vietnam, and that's going to be in the senior match female F.
Oke, untuk pertandingan yang seterusnya, putri kelas F, peringkat separuh akhir ya. Pertandingan di antara Chao Thi Mai Xuan daripada Vietnam, sudut biru, bersama Rahmawati dari sudut merah daripada Indonesia.
From the blue corner, representing Vietnam, Chao Thi Mai Xuan.
So this matchup, of course, is going to be Chao Thi Mai Xuan facing off with Rahmawati of Indonesia. And just as Ross pointed out, we do, of course, have another exciting matchup to follow this, but we're going to concentrate on this first. I did get a view of our Vietnamese athlete yesterday. She was very involved in most of the team activities, and seems to be very popular with the team as well. So it'll be interesting to see what she brings to the table in today's event. And this is about the 70 to 75 kg. Rahmawati of Indonesia, will be interesting to see what she also can offer. Now let's not forget, this is the bigger category.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to say bigger girls, because that would be not gentlemanly to do that. But these are the girls who are normally packing more height.
Yeah. Packing more power.
They're packing more power with
the punch
their
and
strikes.
kicks. Yeah.
And interesting matchup. That's an interesting matchup. Something, I get the feeling that both of them, of course, are seasoned competitors. They've been here before. Just as a follow-up question, Roz. How important is it for, Persilats who are heavier, taller, bigger, wider in terms of, shoulders and even your body mass? How important is it for them to concentrate a lot on things like stretching, agility? Do they need to put in that much or that little extra bit as compared to athletes who are lighter?
When you carry more weight, you carry more stress to your body.
I'm so happy you didn't look at me and say that.
So stretching is paramount, because if you fall heavy,
And there's a lot more impact on the fall as well.
Yeah.
So interesting. I'm quite keen to watch what the ladies in the F category will come up with.
Yeah.
Interesting, really. Yeah, fast.
You see the way the red corner position herself. She's she's going to use a lot of side kick. See the way she position herself there, one side kick. Sometimes the way they position themselves, you know what kind of fighter they are.
So, could that also be a disadvantage if you have an opponent who is a very crafty opponent who can adjust and change their strategy?
Yeah.
Well, the Vietnamese
one fall.
Persilat, she is very aggressive.
Yeah.
She does attack from the front.
And surprisingly, for a big Persilat, she's fast.
Very fast. She is fast. She's already packed in 5 points. Ramavati just crawling her way back in. This is still round one. Still a good 30 seconds out left. 7-4 is where it stands at. And this one will swing in favor of the Indonesian Persilat. She's packed in 3 points. Failed drop attempts.
Yeah.
What a benefit for your opponent.
Yeah. When you execute, you make sure you execute it properly. Time and time again, you see Persilat doing the mistake. Yeah. One more time.
That follow-up is so important.
Yeah. Big body. This happen, you must put the Persilat to the corner.
She's appealed for a hit to the nose, but we didn't see that earlier.
You must bring the cut if you want to appeal. This is wrong. If the Vietnamese want to appeal, they must produce the card, so the official can look at the thing in the VAR.
Or maybe she's not going to appeal.
Yeah.
She just wants to get that treated so she can get on with the match.
No, it's all within the rule book. You cannot just walk off and go to your corner and you must. The person who going to treat her is the medic, not the corner man.
Well, she's very much in control of the match. There's no doubt about it. Even though we went to round two, she She leads by a fair margin, 19-10. The interesting thing about Persilats, like the ladies in front of us right now, if I encountered them on the street, I would not think that they would be so aggressive.
You don't notice, huh?
Absolutely not. Very unassuming, and they're fairly lethal, both of them.
You know, when you are a trained martial art personnel, any martial art, the kicks and the punch comes differently. You know, the land is hard. You know? Those person who are not trained martial art, you know, their punch and their kick is, you know, not as powerful. But a trained exponent of any martial art, the land kicks or punches are powerful, you know? Because the technique how to land the kicks or the punch is trained, you know.
It's that thrust at the end, isn't it, for all of us? It's
so these
important.
girls, they are trained martial artists, you know. So their punch and their kick are, you know, are powerful.
And keeping in mind the fact, especially these two young ladies who are, you know, in the arena right now, it's a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie. Now she's leading because of the fall. She get the last call, right?
She did. She did.
Another drop. Oh, yeah. Another example of executing the same thing where you know
just
it is
immediately after that.
Yeah.
What a folly, isn't it? There's one thing, of course, that we have noticed with this particular category. So Ramavati, she's just read her opponent.
Yeah.
And has turned this around in the second round. She's turned the entire equation.
The way she hold her kick and just push, she's being read over and over again.
It's the third time.
Yeah, because she knows it's easy point for her, you know. The way she catch the same technique. See, she's holding again. Same technique. See?
Fourth time.
Yeah.
Struggled a bit with this time, but the earlier 3 times it was just smooth. And I think Kauti Maishuan has just exposed herself.
Yeah.
I think now she's definitely going to get a word from her coach. So 23 points she's on. Ramavati has turned this around and she's now on 38.
Yeah.
And this is really the sign, or really the hallmark of a seasoned person. You know exactly what you're doing. You know, just as you said it over and over again, that the fight is not over till the last sound of the gong. But all that happens in between that, and this is what makes it so interesting. So the first round, Ramavati struggling for answers to that quick movement from
to penetrate her opponent. Yeah.
Then she figures out what her Achilles heel is, and she exploits that and turns this match around into her favor. We've still got one more round left to go, and I'm sure that the Vietnamese coach would also have a few words for his.
Maybe the Vietnamese coach find a weakness in the red corner. Maybe she will tell her opponent, her Persilat, hey, you do this, you this.
And then we could probably see that in round 3.
Maybe it will reverse again. We don't know,
So it's been a good matchup, and I have noticed the weight category in these ladies. Very clearly, their punches and kicks are a lot stronger. There's a good bit of power in them.
Yeah. She will hit and run, you see? Okay, she go. Because she knows she's leading again, you see?
Well, that's really been her failing, and I think, well, Kauti Maishuan, she just needs to get out of that.
When the Persilat goes here, he must put the Persilat to the corner. So it's fair, She can get to talk to the coaches. This girl should be able
should also get that chance.
So the referee should push the blue Persilat to her corner also. So it's fair,
Fair game. I totally get what you're saying.
Okay.
So we spoke at length, about the protection, the gear that you wear for the chest and the back, and as we're progressing through this entire championship, so I'm beginning to see how much this Velcro has made a difference. It not only adds an added layer of protection behind for the spine, as you mentioned, Ross, but it also gives it a kind of a more unique, or I'd say unique design.
Yeah.
It makes it look a little more attractive than just having the strings tied behind.
This design is patented by our side, So now everybody will use this type of vest.
Which is great. It's like a
More
a
smart,
DIY bulletproof vest.
more smart, yeah.
Yeah, and slick. It looks very slick.
Yeah, so when the international event, they will use only this design of vest. Other than this design, it's not acceptable.
Which I think is the right way to go.
Yeah.
That's real progress, if you ask me. I really like the way that Rahmawati has built
now she
this
just
match.
slow the tempo down, run the clock. Then she just slow the tempo, back off, back off, back off, back off.
And that's it.
And that's it.
That's it. She did, of course, concede 1 or 2 points, but they were minimal. Very smartly done by Rahmawati, who's capped it off with a 44-26 win over Kauti Mai Shuen. And you want to tell us the outcome of this match to our friends in the region?
Yeah. Pertandingan putri kelas F ini telah dimenangi oleh pesilat dari Indonesia, Rahmawati, daripada sudut merah, dan akan maju seterusnya ke peringkat final. Dua-dua pesilat adalah pesilat yang mahir, tetapi akhirnya Rahmawati dari Indonesia berjaya mendapat kemenangan dan mara ke peringkat seterusnya.
So that Raj just running you through those results, and this is the 8th Southeast Asia Pencak Silat Championship 2022, together as one. That is our tagline, and that's how it'll stay. 25th to 27th February, which means we are with you till tomorrow, and we are pleased to have you join us and keep us company. Coming at you live from the OCBC Arena, Hall 1 at Singapore Sports Hub, which is really not just for sports fanatics, but if you love sport, you've got to be here. Even if you don't take part in any, just be here. You're just going to love the atmosphere. So I'm Glenn, and with me, of course, is Roz. We're taking you through these 3 days. And up next is a very interesting matchup, which, of course, Roz pointed out to me earlier. And you spoke about the senior match male F category between Mohammad Al-Juferi bin Jamari of Malaysia and Tito Hendra Septa Kurnia of Indonesia.
Yeah.
And you said that this is a match to watch out for us.
Yeah, because this match, the Malaysian fighter, he's the star of the Malaysian team, and he's the world champion, previous world champion, and he have won the world championship. He has won the SEA Games gold medalist. But his usual opponent, from Indonesia, is different. Usually, he will fight one Indonesian fighter, which is also a star in the Silat world, Komang. But he's not around this time around, so he will meet someone else. Usually, when these two fight fireworks, everybody will focus on the fight. But let's say this Indonesian fighter, Indonesia always produce good fighter in this weight category. We will see. Yeah.
So Tito Hendra could be a newbie with skills, but Mohammad Al-Juferi bin Jamari, of course, is a very well-known fighter.
He's a veteran.
It could be that also we've got some of our athletes who are actually ill, or we've got
But as I say, this is a new rules, so it's a new ball game. Yeah, maybe
which I think what you're saying, of course, is Roz, that you've got your veterans, you've got your seasoned fighters in there who really have to adjust to the old rules. But if you keep that in mind, you're just making it fair for the newcomers.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's a fair playing games, you know.
Because now it's one stage. And, you know,
everybody have to learn new things.
absolutely, you know? Absolutely. Isn't that wonderful? So we'll get into our next match in just a little bit. Do stay with us right here at the OCBC Arena. Exciting times ahead for us. After this, of course, we've got still another 6 matchups to go. The excitement doesn't stop for us at the OCBC Arena.
Are you ready for more Pencak? Are you ready for more?
Ya, pertandingan seterusnya adalah pertandingan yang dinanti-nantikan oleh peminat silat. Kerana Putra F ini akan ditandingi oleh Muhammad Al-Jufri bin Jamari dari Malaysia, Blue Corner, dan akan menentang Tito Hendra Septa Kurnia dari Indonesia dari sudut merah. Ya, mereka adalah pesilat-pesilat yang mapan, ya. Semoga mereka dapat menyajikan pertandingan yang hebat untuk kita semua. Al-Jufri adalah pesilat yang popular, ya, di kalangan pecinta silat di rantau ini, malah sedunia, ya. Dan pesilat dari Indonesia ini, Tito pun tidak kurang handalnya. Kita akan dapat melihat teknik-teknik silat yang sangat mantap daripada kedua mereka. Dan kita berdoa moga-moga tiada kecederaan ataupun situasi-situasi yang tidak diinginkan berlaku. Moga-moga mereka semua akan dapat bertanding dengan adil dan mempunyai sikap sportsmanship yang tinggi.
Calling for Silat from the blue corner.
It's an interesting matchup, Ross, just as you pointed out, and known competitors. It's going to be an interesting event for us.
Calling for Silat from the red corner.
He is the blue corner, you know. He's even starred in the movie, you know.
Oh, he has.
About silat, you know. But whether it is on air already, I'm not sure. But he's an actor now.
He's an actor. He's a celebrity Silat.
Yeah.
That is interesting, isn't it?
See how he evade the front kick? He just moved back one step.
And he's affected the first drop.
Yeah.
But earlier it was Tito Hendra to land a few knocks with a kick. And well, both lads do have the pace element. There's no doubt about it.
The Indonesian guy look lean, you know.
Well, just a failed attempt here, but he is fast. So Mohammad Al Jaferi has pulled in. Well, a few points, but it's Tito Hendra who still leads by 2 points. Very interesting to see the outcome of this of this matchup. And that attempt to drop. Persistence does pay, but not so easy.
Yeah.
So at the end of round one, we look at the score, and that pretty much will tell us the story. We still have
verification.
Verification and 6 seconds left.
To the blue corner again.
So Mohammad Al Jaferi
is
on 6 points. Tito Hendra on 5. It's certainly been a close one, and it's after that fall that he effected Mohammad Jaferi that made all the difference.
Just evade the kicks, yeah.
And it's not going to be easy to get Tito Hendra off his feet either.
He touched the ground. Miss a ball.
Very drop for the ring corner.
There's good camaraderie between the lads here. Very close, closely fought encounter. 9-8.
Yeah.
And we were just talking earlier, and you know, Ross, you said we've probably got a fresh face, and you know, it's not the usual opponent that Mohammad Al Jaferi faces. But your view on Tito Hendra, you mentioned he's lean, he's extremely fast,
yeah.
and he's got good technique.
Yeah. You don't be a bad pesilat if you represent Indonesia. They have tons and tons of good pesilat, you know.
So you really have to have that X factor.
Yeah,
and he certainly does. Certainly does. You can always you keep saying this category, this kind of mid-level weight category, and I think the reason why you have so many good pesilats in this region who are of this category is because they prefer that balance of pace and power.
Yeah.
That's
very drop for the ring corner.
Tito Hendra pulling his own for this one. Still just 2 points that separate the Persilats. Diaz has attempt to go over, and was there a bit of injury there for Mohammad Al Jaferi? Certainly looks like it.
If this happen, there's attempt on drops, right? So the official must give the drops, whichever. If not now, the decision of the drop is hanging. So who drop, blue or red? You give the decision.
So finish that off before you can.
If not now, like we spectator, you are wondering what happened, who drop, who don't
Absolutely.
drop, who get the point, who lost the point.
But he seemed to be dizzy just for a bit.
So the blue corner.
Very drop for the blue corner.
So round 2, there's still 90 seconds left. Slipped on his own accord, Tito Hendro. But just as we mentioned
the blue
earlier,
corner make him slip. You know the movement?
Yep.
He go here, then he turn here.
So he didn't have any object to land his attack against.
Yeah.
That's smart, actually.
Smart.
Absolutely smart.
It's a drop again.
Very drop for the red corner.
You can see very clearly the blue corner is expert on the old rules. So when the new rules come, he always fall during the grappling time.
You're so right about that.
Yeah.
And I'm beginning to understand more and more why, you know, you keep reminding me of the fact that it's not easy.
It's not easy.
The new rules are not easy. It will be, maybe in a year or so, you know, with constant practice. But if all along you've been different, it's...
that is it. The old rules. Falling, that is very drop. But if that kind of grappling last time is illegal. Now they make it legal. You know?
I have to say one thing though, Roz. I like these two lads.
Yeah.
It's
sportman, they.
Very, very good. Very sporting.
They respect each other.
Good amount of respect. They're enjoying the match. He's going to get a points deduction, no doubt there.
Warning 1 for the red corner.
That's a huge points deduction.
Yeah,
was there a hit to the face? It looks like it.
So they want to verify whether it is true or not. Hit the face. Okay, the face is not 1, it's 5. You hit the face like that is 5 points if you really hit. It is not 1. It is the old rule is 1.
But I think they deducted 5 for him because he was on 14.
That's why now he
wants to verify whether it was really a face hit.
But his complaint is not 5 points, it's 1 point deduction. His complaint, you know.
But that was in the old rules.
So he is accepting that he hit the face, but it should be 1, you see.
Yeah. So you just got to throw the new rule book at him.
But let's see how the VAR outcome.
So they've got his points back up till the decision is made.
Yeah.
It'll rest at... it was close. It was close, 15-14. So I do hope that there was no face hit, because if there was, it's just going to change the points again.
Yeah.
But also that point of impact is so important, and it's a very fine line, Roz, when you hit the gear and then your hand slips and hits the face.
Yeah.
Or you tend to hit and, you know, maybe your opponent dips his face forward.
Down,
and very, very fine line.
If a direct face hit, there is a penalty, you know.
Also, in a flurry of movement, or, you know, when you do attack, and you know that when you attack, you're never going to attack with caution. You're always going to attack with aggression.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you know, those face hits, or, you know, the hit to the thigh,
tend to hit.
Tends to be a part of the momentum where you can't stop or control that.
You know, sometimes like this face, you already aim your punch down here. But when you move, he move.
He can hit his face.
Yeah.
They're aiming for his shoulder. Yeah. So we, just to look back, we've got this game, this match on right now, and then we've got another big match happening where Abdul Razak bin Abdul Rashid of Singapore will face off with Wu Dak Hung of Vietnam. This is going to be a very interesting interesting matchup, and we shall figure out what exactly happens in that one, and that's going to be followed by another male match. So we've got male matches all the way to the end of the first session, and then we come back, of course, later on with 3 female events in the second session of the day. So right now we get on to, and we get on to our VAR and try and find out what the outcome is of this well move. We are still stuck in round 2. You know, a screenshot like this of, the 3 officials actually checking the VR, it just reminds me of television. And I'm not saying television, it reminds me of prime television, CSI.
Yeah. Yes.
That's such a perfect shot if you look at it.
And all in the suit, in the tie. Okay, now they make the decision.
And here's exactly what happened. You're going to get a view of that. They just showed us a slight glimpse.
So it stands -5.
So there was that slight flick to the face. A bit unfortunate for Tito Hendra.
But the dispute is not about hitting the face or not. He was disputing
the point.
Deduction 1 point, not 5 point, That is his gripe,
Yeah. So
another grapple down.
I think he still hasn't got the whole pictures yet, but Tito Hendra doing well to pull back the points quickly, but second time around just a bit unfortunate.
So this blue fighter, he must get out of there. You see, he must get out the fire, because his kicking is good.
It's good. It's absolutely good.
But when he grapple together, he will fall.
So it's now even Stevens. At the end of round 2, what a fabulous end. The lads stuck on 15 points each. And it looks like Mohammad Al Jaferi has got a slight worry regarding his left leg.
The way you land and land, you see, it's already tapered.
Now he's got my favorite tape on. For the longest period of time, I do believe in every sport that we played, whether we used to play, cricket or football, and every time we'd get an injury, all of us have done this, and Ross, you've done this as well. You strap up joints and you strap up,
and
especially during a contest.
And continue to
play. And then, of course, you have things like the new form of kinesiology tape that's come along, which you stick according to a certain pattern on your foot or your hand, and it helps.
Amazing,
and believe me, it works.
Amazing,
it works. Absolutely, because it increases blood circulation to those particular areas according to the pattern. Self-healing in a way. But here's the fascinating part, right? So every time I go to buy it, and they always ask me, what color do you want? Do you want blue? Do you want green? Do you want? And I'm like, what difference does it make? They're like, I mean, why would you want colors for healing? Oh, that is
nice,
that is a hard drop.
Yeah.
That is a hard drop.
That is him. You grapple, you're gonna fall. You do this because that's your specialty.
That is a massive hard drop. Yeah. So Mohammad Al Jaferi on 18 points. Tito Hendra knows that he's got to get in, and that's
miss 10 point deduction.
That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
So it's 10 points off. And every time he's had those points deductions, he's worked his way back in.
Yeah.
But this time around,
the leg. He was shouting, the leg.
For the red corner.
I think Mohammad Al Jaferi has a problem with his left leg. It's either his...
He need to count.
I think it's his
He need to
hamstring.
count. He need to count, yeah.
His hamstring
Yeah.
or his... Yeah, that's a serious problem. Or the knee.
Yeah. He need to count. Because if you call the medic, it's unfair for the red corner. Because he's doing a valid attack. So if you call the medic, he get the chance to recover.
Absolutely. He's had a point deduction, but I just feel... How would you call it at a point like this?
Disqualification, the third time.
That is unfortunate.
Third time is disqualification.
I can't help but feel unfortunate for Tito Hendra.
Immediately he realized he hit the face.
He realized it, absolutely. It was such a fantastic match. They're such great opponents, these two.
See,
wonderful lads.
This is sportsmanship.
Wonderful lads. I really enjoyed this match. Just a bit unfortunate it had to end with a disqualification, and that's, well, in the spur of the moment, and it's unintentional, but amazing lads, and these two are great role models for the sport. Absolutely.
Let's give it up for a winner from the blue corner.
He don't deny. He just don't go deny. He immediately he know I hit the face. You know.
Absolutely.
Such a gentleman. You know?
That's great sportsman spirit.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. And this is the kind of contest you really want to see. It's heartwarming. It's great to know that sport is played for its fairness, for its contest, and for skill against skill, and not with aggression and just about the win. And that's what makes the difference. Mohammad Jafari himself is a very experienced contender. He knows this better than ever. That this is very, very important. The Indonesian contingent also checking in on
the guy,
on the Malaysian Pencak.
Yeah, wonderful to see.
Wonderful to see, absolutely. This is real sport. This is what we enjoy the best. So, after that heartwarming match, a bit of a disappointing end to it, but what positives come from it? You know, two skilled fighters, two good mates. They've enjoyed their match. In spite of injury, they've persisted. So we go on to the next one after this, which will be Abdul Razak bin Abdul Rashid of Singapore facing off with Wu Dak Hang of Vietnam. Don't forget that Mohammad Al Jafari has won this game due to the disqualification, but Roz, I think that left foot is a worry.
Yeah,
it's a serious worry. It's not as easy.
Let me emphasize this. Jafari is going to the final. His opponent later in the final will have a huge advantage because he is carrying a serious injury to the final. Unless they can do some miracle and heal the thing.
It looks serious. I mean, both of us know this as being past
so
athletes.
if his opponent walks in the final fighting fit, no injury, no nothing, he have a mountain to climb.
That'll be a serious disadvantage, absolutely. And you don't have time to heal.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't have time to heal. This is... And let's not forget, we've all known this since childhood. Your injury doesn't hurt that day, it hurts worse the next day. When we were young, our coach used to call it the extended version. So let's remind you once again that this is the 8th Southeast Asia Pencak Silat Championship 2022. Together as one is our tagline. We're coming at you live from the OCBC Arena, Hall 1, from the Sports Hub in Singapore. Let's not forget that Sports Hub, Sports SG, and more importantly, Sports Science Singapore, they've been so instrumental in supporting this entire movement, in supporting the sport, and more importantly with where it is today, especially Sports SG. You know, hats off to them. Dr. Sheikh Alauddin and his band of merry men that includes Roz, who are all co-competitors formerly and friends and practitioners of Silat themselves. They have been on this crusade to take Silat to higher ground, and it's worked. It's worked in leaps and bounds, now a part of the Asian Games, and soon, fingers crossed, a part of the Olympics as well, Roz.
Fingers crossed,
We'll hope for that. And You want to tell us a little bit about our next two contestants, Ross?
Yeah. Pertandingan selanjutnya putra kelas F ya. Pertandingan ini akan ditandingi oleh Abdul Razak bin Abdul Rashid dari Singapura. Berada di sudut biru, akan bertembung dengan pesilat dari Indonesia, Budak Hung dari sudut merah. Semoga pertandingan ini pun akan berjalan dengan lancar dan berkesudahan dengan tiada kecederaan dan tiada kontroversi. Mudah-mudahan ya, semua kita harapkan.
So interesting match-up here between these two. Do remember Abdul Razak yesterday put on a fantastic performance. He was very impressive in his showing.
Calling for Silat from the
Also a
red
very
corner.
experienced contender. Here's Wu Dak Hung for Vietnam.
But the Vietnamese will always be a tough cookie, you know. They will always be good. They keep on producing good fighters, yeah.
And Wu Dak Hung is quite fluid with his movement.
Yeah.
So he takes on Abdul Razak. So into round one, here we go. Team Singapore versus Team Vietnam. And that's just Wu Dak Hung style, to not be fooled about it being the hippie hippie shake.
Hippie shake, yeah.
These lads certainly have their eyes peeled on each other. It's so
10 seconds
amazing.
they have to make contact. If they don't make contact within 10 seconds, you'll get a warning one.
Like so many other sports, it's competitive sports or contact sports. It's how you always wait for the opponent to make the first move so that you can counter that.
Yeah.
But there are some, Silat fighters that I've seen from yesterday and today as well.
Very fluid.
Smartly done here by Abdul Razak.
For the blue corner.
Smooth. Very smooth.
Just one motion, yes.
So it's a single point lead that he's got. There's an attempt there for the crocodile, as we can see.
Yeah.
And you were just saying this, Ross, that it's not so easy to use the scissor. It's all about timing. It's all about opportunity. It's all about at that right moment, because if the opponent steadies his ground, it's a wasted move.
Yeah, it's a wasted. You must remember, if you are on the ground, you give the opponent an opportunity to counter you.
Very strong for the blue corner.
I used to love the sweep and the tap as well, to be able to get behind you. Oh, that is fabulous.
Very strong for the red corner.
Absolutely fabulous. So well matched, I'd say, these two lads. They've got skills, both of them. Wu Dak Hung now just leading with that slender 2 points in round one. Don't put anything past Abdul Razak. He too is a absolutely tricky and crafty competitor. So end of round one, and Wu Dakang just taking a narrow lead into the next round. It'll be interesting to see what happens in round two and how Abdul Razak can counter the moves put forward by Wu Dakang.
Now the coaches are giving him tips, whether he can absorb and implement the thing is another story.
That will be. It's not always going to be easy when you're facing a strong competitor, and both these lads are well matched.
Well matched, yeah. But it's easier said than done,
You're absolutely right.
When we try inside, it's different.
Every time the coaches talk to the Persilats, it just reminds me of the time where in a World Cup match, the North Korean coach was talking to his players, and Emmanuel Aboué of Ivory Coast walked by, just stood there for the whole conversation that the coach was having with his North Korean lad, and then shook his head like he understood it and went back to his team. You remember that one? That was just genius, wasn't it? Absolutely genius. It's easy for our lads in Silat because you're with your own countrymen, so obviously you speak. But can you imagine if you really had a team event which had a private club or had practitioners from different regions, and they had to really chat? It's like most of the foreign football clubs that you notice. There are foreign players, and then there are Chinese players and Japanese players and Korean players, and they have these strong conversations. And I would give $1 million, Ross, to find out what were they talking. Especially since they don't speak each other's language half the time.
But they can do it. I really big respect for them.
Now here's the beauty of it. They actually figure out what the other's communicating and they come up with solutions.
That's right.
That's the magic, isn't it?
That's the magic,
So round two, we've got an appeal coming in from Team Vietnam, from the Vietnam coaching camp. Abdul Razak is on 12 points currently, and Wu Dakang is on 10.
Now the rule is that the coaches, the referees, the official must learn basic English. Now the Vietnamese is telling the VR officer what he wants, but he don't know how to tell the VR officer what he wants. So the VR officer wondering what this guy is talking,
Or unless he has somebody to translate it
for what I'm supposed to check.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's so important, isn't it?
See, now he was thinking, wow, what I want to look for. If I don't understand what you want, I want to look for what in the video,
If you had to, if I was in his place and you had to ask me as to what does he want, I would think probably the nearest pizza joint.
That's why it's
communication is just it's just tough.
Of the itinerary is that they must learn basic English. Don't have to be good. You speak any English that
just basic terms
understand.
That can convey. I understand this part because it becomes difficult to actually have translators for every single language.
Yeah.
And it's just so much more cumbersome, right? Having said that, I've had interviews with a couple of Vietnamese athletes in the past, and who not only it's not like their English is flamboyant, but they're actually very witty. You're actually right. If they actually get a command of the language in even the basic way, they're fun to talk to because they're quite witty and funny in their own
make
manner.
you understand,
Absolutely. This is the point of dispute.
Yeah. What is that?
And it's upheld for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, so Vietnam get the drop. What? Okay, cancel. Reverse the point.
Very drop for the red corner.
A successful appeal from Team Vietnam. We are into round 2, where Woo Da Kang leads Abdul Razak of Singapore 13-9.
Those kicks are hard, no?
And fast.
Yeah, it's a drop.
Very drop for the blue corner.
Believe you me, there are some instances where I can feel the impact of those. So still very evenly matched, this fight. And Abdul Razak fighting as hard as he can. Is there a point of dispute? Singapore would have thought that they would have been awarded that. But Woo Da Kang's got the 3 points there.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's being checked on.
Very drop for the blue corner.
All, you know. If these two stay out of injury, tomorrow Al Jufri will have a tough fight on them.
He's going to have a very tough fight.
Because both of these guys good. If they manage to stay injury free, you know.
And you're right about that. Both of them are extremely fit. You can see that with their movement.
Because injury to the knee is difficult, you know.
I felt it's just that maybe I'm wrong, but I felt with Mohammad Jafri it was probably the patella, is it that region, right? And
that one is
it's painful.
It's painful. It's difficult. Once the guy catch his leg, he pulled. Jufri was screaming. Ah!
He screamed,
yeah.
and just before that, I do remember he was in pain already, limping slightly. So.
All in balance.
That's a fine balance for us as we start off round 3. What a nice way to get going. 15 each. Abdul Razak of Singapore and Woo Da Kang of Vietnam. Fairly well matched. Now these boys outside of competition, but put them into a little fight.
That's the crocodile.
That's a crocodile. He's done well. That's the first time we've seen it executed well.
When blue corner jump in front, he did the crocodile. That means you're off the ground. Your feet is not stable on the ground. You're moving, so you fall.
It's the second time around, and it didn't work this time because he was steady.
He was steady.
Abdul Razak saw that coming.
If you are charging in front, the fella do it to you, you fall.
So the crocodile is really about catching your opponent unawares. Absolutely.
It's closing. It's 17-18.
17-18. It's a tough call here, this one.
4 seconds, one kick and it's finished.
Absolutely. Into the last 60 seconds of this matchup between Abdul Razak of Singapore and Woo Da Kang of Vietnam. And fairly strong, both these contenders, just at 1 point difference. And we've seen these matches go down to the wire in the last few seconds, change hands. Oh. That was hard.
He start to run, he start to buy time, he start to move around.
Very crafty competitors, these two.
Okay, now the Vietnamese will start to evade, evade. See,
He's got a healthy lead.
Yeah, he start to evade. He do the crocodile. Okay.
Try the crocodile again.
Waste time again, Okay, buy some time again, move around. Because he have a good lead, And
6 points is comfortable, just 26 seconds left.
Yeah, that's right.
So he can actually...
so you need to be smart,
Drop verification.
For what is that? Verification?
Time red corner do the scissor, get the contact from blue corner and consider his red corner is dropping.
Huh? Use scissors. You do scissors, you don't drop.
True.
I don't understand.
Well, that's the appeal.
Yeah, that's the appeal.
That could still be shot down depending on what the officials come up with.
Yeah.
So it's been an interesting event so far for us, Ross, but I have to say it's just those few reviews that have happened in the very, very, I won't say professional, but the very high-skilled matches. And that's really been, just the time deterrent in a way. So round 3, we've got 26 seconds left, and how crucial is that? But this is the part where points do matter for both these contestants.
Yeah.
And an imbalance or a switch or change could actually give an advantage to the other opponent.
Yeah. Because now the blue corner appeal for drops, right? If his appeal is upheld, then it is 20-23.
How smart is that, isn't it? How smart is that?
I tell you, the stress level for this VAR stuff guy is extremely high.
It is, it is.
The whole world is watching.
And today it's the ladies for the count.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got 2. We've got, well, that's going to give us a view of what really happened.
Oh, it's a crocodile. It's a crocodile. It's a scissors movement. Oh.
I think what was being debated was that he wasn't taken down. Abdul Razak did not go over.
No, the scissors doesn't mean your opponent must fall down. Sometimes the scissor success, sometimes not success.
So that's a bit of an odd decision then.
Yeah.
And there it is.
He's 23.
Level up. Abdul Razak on 23. Woo Kang is on 25. His points are just changing.
Yeah, 28.
28. He's regained his lead. Still 5 points ahead. 15 seconds left, and it's so important now. And it looks like Woo Kang is certainly flying in on this one. Bit of a tough task now for Abdul Razak.
Yeah, he's moving. He's just moving around.
He just has to move,
around.
Keep his own.
It's over.
He's got a healthy lead here of 8 points. And there it is. Very crafty work being done here.
That's why the coach must be level-headed. If just now the decision goes against him, he go berserk. It's waste for his Silat.
Absolutely. So Mohammad Al Jaferi will meet Woo Kang tomorrow. And Abdul Razak, a bit unfortunate for him. It was a bit too late. He did try to make a comeback, but it was tough. It was tough.
Pertandingan ini putra kelas F dimenangi oleh pesilat dari sudut merah, pesilat Vietnam ya, Woo Hung. Dia akan mara ke peringkat seterusnya, yaitu peringkat final ya. Dan pesilat yang akan bertemu dengannya nanti ialah Muhammad Al Jufri daripada Malaysia. Satu pertandingan yang agak menarik. Sama-sama kita ikuti pertandingan ini pada keesokan harinya.
So onwards we march, and that's what we've been doing right here at the OCBC Arena at the Sports Hub in beautiful Singapore. This is the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championships 2022. Hearty thanks to Sports SG and of course to Sports Hub as well for supporting us in this entire event. Together as one, that is our catch line, and today is day 2. We've got past, we're almost nearing the halfway mark of the action. We'll have just 4 matches post the dinner break, but right now we are going to get into our next match, which is the senior match, male G division, and this features Suthat Bunchit of Thailand facing off with Mohammad Fauzi bin Khalid of Malaysia. So the male G division, this of course is 75 to 80 kgs, and we think it'll be another power-packed affair.
Yeah. For Class G, male Class G, this Muhammad Fauzi from Malaysia. He's also one of the firebrand, you know. He can explode at any moment.
It'll be interesting to see his. Be interesting to see his exploits here today.
Yes, right. But as you can see, for the whole tournament, those pesilat from Thailand, from Vietnam, they are no pushover, you know.
Yeah.
They will give you a good fight.
And his opponent from the red corner,
They are fairly focused. They know exactly what they put on a show. There's no doubt about it. And that's Mohammad Fauzi bin Khalid making his way through.
This Malaysian cornerman is like being around forever, you know. Every single competition I see his face. You know?
Definitely a seasoned, well, Silat, but I think...
Calling for Silat from the blue corner.
He's got a plan in mind, it looks like it.
Yeah.
he's definitely coming with the intention to win this one.
Yeah.
He start off with Team Thailand, and he'll have to display his movement.
From the red corner.
Siddharth Bunchit of Thailand did just that. We move on to Mohammad Fauzi bin Khalid of Malaysia now. Tell me that the referee and Mohammad Fauzi go to the same hairdresser.
See,
that's the first drop.
When he failed to do the front one, he convert to the back one.
He is an experienced contender, there's no doubt about it, Mohammad Fauzi. We just spoke about how he turned a disadvantage into an advantage, Ross.
Oh.
Very drop for the red corner.
So he has been able to get Siddharth off his feet with a bit of persistence. He's a hardy contender, Mohammad Fauzi. Very interesting how this match is developing. Mohammad Fauzi really making all attempts to get Siddharth Bunchit down, and he's been successful in more ways than one. Very sticky customer. He is this Malaysian.
Yeah, but the Thai fighter, you know, quietly he's getting 2.2, and he's only 8-12, you know.
He's been consistent.
Yeah.
Been consistent. Nothing flamboyant, no big drops, but he's just landing those punches every now and then.
He just land in the points, you know. You see, another 2 points.
And how important is that when you think about it? Mohammad Fauzi on 15, Siddharth Bunchit on 10, even without any of those drops being affected. So end of round one. Healthy competition here. Mohammad Fauzi bin Khalid on 16, Siddharth Bunchit on 10. And it's certainly looking like this might be a fairly decent match going into round two. And that'll tell us exactly what the setup is and whether it's going to be left to the last round as a decider. So a few words there from the Thailand coach. And the soft towel. Sometimes the warm towel. The only places that I get that off late is at the hairdresser. It's not really a privilege anymore if you're not a part of athletics or sport. So just opening up in this round, yeah, slightly. You're looking at that.
You see those crocodile? He do the scissors, he drops. But it's not a drop.
It's
right?
not.
Yeah.
But the crocodile is still a lock where you lock the foot and it's...
you twist the foot.
You twist the foot.
So the opponent fell down.
That's a very clean, orthodox drop, and what a close match this is turning out to be. You're absolutely right about Siddharth Bunchit. He's just been fairly consistent, gone about his job rather quietly, and that's really a key part of this entire match.
Without having any drops point, you know.
He's just gone about with his business in a very orderly manner. So just 3 points behind.
Yeah.
Also a hit to the face, and
-5
be a points deduction. Well, don't you hate it when that happens, and that's a 5-point deduction. So that's given Mohammad Fauzi now an 8-point lead.
Finish.
Well, exposing yourself with those kicks can be so difficult.
Just lock your feet, you know.
And that's pretty much... You're actually walking into a trap with that so often. So now that lead just building up. And I think that points deduction will just unnerving Siddharth Bunchit a little bit. That's a difference of 9 points in there. And we're still just in round 2. Into the last few seconds. And once again, he's been able to hold on.
For the ring corner.
You just wait for the feet and lock it.
He's done well, Mohammad Fauzi. Now double the points in his bag as compared to Siddharth Bunchit. So round 2 done, and this will tell us a story. Mohammad Fauzi on 24, that's double the points of Siddharth Bunchit, who sits on 12, getting into round 3. This could be a real game changer, or it could actually tell us a story and just lead to the normal path where Mohammad Fauzi caps it off. But I think that points deduction, that slight hit to the face, really was the turning point in this match. We've noticed that entire swing in that points that he was accumulating, Siddharth Bunchit, and that's, it's like putting the brakes on that. It's kind of stalled.
If you are, you are trying to keep yourself together with your opponent, don't let him move forward too far. Suddenly you get 5-point deduction. It's really a heartbroken.
It is. It's quite a...
you must have some character to wake up and give another boost.
Absolutely. A downer. It's a total downer. Truly.
Belly drop for the red corner.
Well, he's been pulling in those points with that half smirk and a smile, Mohammad Fauzi.
Because he knew it. For me, it's the blue get the ball.
Belly draw for the red corner.
That's passed on to the red corner again. 32-15. It's turning out to be a fairly almost one-sided affair. Did he really get a knock to the face?
Yeah.
And that's...
I'll give it to him.
Got to be checked.
Oh, VAR.
They are going to have the VAR. It's not going to make too much of a difference here with the points deduction, but it's, well, I think at this point of time, Siddharth Bunchit will take anything. We're into round 3. Crucial moment here for Siddharth Bunchit if he wins the benefit of this. Will be a bit of a surprise for Mohammad Fauzi, who certainly would not have been expecting any facial contact.
But if you are a seasoned fighter, you know, like Mohammad Fauzi, you're having this kind of deed. It is kind of impossible to give away.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because you are you know, a seasoned fighter. You know how to keep your points. You know, you have to put it inside the bank and lock it. You know.
Absolutely. But with the amount of people who can hack into accounts nowadays, you never really know.
Phishing, eh?
You just think of how, you know, for contact sport, how important it really is to have, you know, a full audience. And, you know, when you look at the stands and you think of the fever behind that, the noise, it's just amazing.
The usual competition without competition, full arena.
Just be,
oh,
it would just be
you know, those gong, all those drums, you know. Oh.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
All
you
the
just
cheering. There's non-stop cheering, you know, if the normal fights. Eh?
It looked like there was contact.
So the blue one.
So Siddharth Bunchit wins the benefit of that call. Looks like there will be a points deduction for Mohammad Fauzi.
For the red corner.
It's 5 points. He's still 12 points ahead of Siddharth Bunchit. And remember, this is round 3.
He gave back
He's just getting his own back. That's such a healthy lead. It's still believe it. It's really going to take Siddharth Bunchit to come up with something special here. And, you know, now on to 34. And here's the interesting part. Besides those drops, he's also been able to land those punches and kicks at regular intervals. And I think that has countered Siddharth Bunchit's efforts, really.
You see?
That was easy. He just set himself up for the fall. I totally believe that. You
just wait for the. He just wait for the leg. You know?
He's been at the receiving end of that for a couple of times over, and this was just too easy.
Okay, it's a fall.
Very drop for the blue corner.
It's been a while since he had a fall in a positive manner.
But he's getting his point, you know, the blue corner.
He is. He is. He's a good competitor. There's no doubt about it, Siddharth Bunchit. He is a good competitor. But there's a 13-point, void still. Now it's just a tough ask. Heading towards the final few seconds. It's Mohammad Fauzi on 41, Siddharth Bunchit on 29.
The red corner, he's get out. You see? That kind.
And he finishes it with a crocodile.
Yeah, with the scissors, yeah.
How smart is that? Fancy finish from Mohammad Fauzi.
From the ring corner.
And just to enlighten us a little bit on the result, Ross.
Putra kelas G dimenangi oleh pesilat dari sudut merah Muhammad Fauzi bin Khalid dari Malaysia ya. Dia akan langsung ke peringkat final. Dia akan menunggu pertandingan yang seterusnya antara Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin menentang Nguyen Tan Seng. Pemenang antara kedua ini akan bertemu dengan Muhammad Fauzi bin Khalid dari Malaysia.
So that's how it stands currently. As Ross very clearly pointed out, it's a very clear win for Mohammad Fauzi, who will go on to meet the winner of the next match, which is between Sheikh Firdaus and Nguyen Tan Sang of Vietnam. It's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah. It's the Vietnamese. It's the Vietnamese, you know.
Absolutely, it is Vietnamese. And the winner of this next one, of course, could be. So it will be a very interesting matchup with Mohammad Fauzi, whichever of these two lads makes it through.
Yeah. These two category, you know, the middleweight, all is good, you know.
It's absolutely good.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up, we have another senior match in the Tanding Arena from the male G category. Let us welcome our Silats. From the blue corner, representing Singapore, Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin.
Male Class G. This fight will be between Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin from Singapore, fighting from the blue corner. He will take on Nguyen Tan Sang from Vietnam, who is fighting from the red corner. This will be a very exciting match. Ya, pertandingan seterusnya adalah putra kelas G. Pertandingan di antara Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin dari sudut biru bertemu Nguyen Tan Sang daripada sudut merah yang mewakili negara Vietnam. Pemenang pertandingan ini akan bertemu Muhammad Fauzi bin Khalid di pertandingan akhir nanti. The winner of this match will meet Muhammad Fauzi bin Khalid from Malaysia in the final.
Calling for Silat from the red corner.
Both of them starting very cautiously, sizing each other, you know. You have to make contact within 10 seconds. If not, you know, you will be called up. Yeah. Second warning for each of the Silat. The third time will be point deduction for both of them. The first point is very crucial in this match, you know. It's more like a tactical war, you know. Yes. Whoa.
Very drop for the red corner.
Tough fought encounter, and that's what we were expecting right through. Sheikh Firdaus and Nguyen Thanh Sung.
But this Vietnamese fighter is a happy face, you see.
He does it all with a smile.
Yeah. Oh.
But he's lethal in attack.
You see all those experienced fighters, all those good fighters, their point is not much. You know.
Absolutely, and they don't really rely so much on the drop. They rely more on the kicks and the punches, if you notice.
You know, if you let your guard down, then they get the points. But these two don't let their guard down. So it's difficult to get points from them, you know. And that's why the score is very low. You know?
It is, it is. Just a slight lead for Nguyen Thanh Sung over Sheikh Firdaus. Vietnam has grown in leaps and bounds with Silat. They've just taken it with like fish to water.
But it is a good 20 years, I think. It's not new. But you know.
But they're still freshers when you take Indonesia,
you
Malaysia, and
compare to the
Singapore
rest,
into account of Philippines too.
They're new compared to those other nations in the Southeast Asia.
Much depends on round two as to what these two lads can bring to the table. And we saw this earlier with Sheikh Farhan too and Sheikh Firdaus. They both have that very similar style of
patient,
their stance. It's a very unassuming, very easy stance. But don't you just love this bit of Silat over, all the rest that you see, because it's just that very easy stance and then that lethal quick flurry of kicks and punches. And that's what makes it so exciting. And I think that's what's drawn the West into it as well. They love that part of it. It's like two sides of a coin, one of control and one of extreme attack.
Yeah. You see, to get a point is difficult, among them.
It is. It's still locked at 3-2. You are into the last, 15 seconds of round two?
So there's no scoring yet in round two,
That's just the level of professionalism, of the skills of these two lads.
To get into the defense, is...
A word from the official to both of them.
Yeah, second. There's no point in round two.
So you're trying to say it's pointless? Sorry, Raz, I had to throw that in. So what we're looking at is now one round which is just 3-2, and that's where Team Vietnam has got the slight slender advantage.
That one fall just now, the first round.
And then you go to the second round, and there's absolutely no point.
No point,
So we've not seen this in any of the previous matches. So we had a couple of firsts today. We had one of the highest scoring matches when Noor Farah was there.
And the lowest,
Well, the lowest as well. And an entire round without a point. How cool is that? So we get into round 3, and this is really the decider. I do believe that the coaches would have a change in strategy for both these athletes. And we're going to see that.
Yeah. But for certain, Sheikh Firdaus need a point minimum.
He needs one, definitely. So how well matched are these two in terms of height, movement, weight?
It's about the same. It's balanced, these two.
Very, very well balanced.
The height is the same. You kick, I block. I kick, you block.
That's another thing of really skilled, Persilats. They use both attack and defense.
And defense,
It's something that you notice with the younger or with the new, fresh Silat practitioners. They happen to be more reliant on the attack,
attack oriented,
than on the defense.
He was waiting for one mistake.
Waited for the opportune moment. It's going to be will there be a review of that?
He is looking for the jury to help him with the fall. Because he don't ask for VR. He's raising his hand up. That means he's asking the jury for help, whether it's red or blue get the fall.
Invalid draw.
No fall, So the Vietnamese, launch a protest. Brew drop, he say. So he's asking for a VR check on the drop.
It's locked in at 3-all as we see. Both these lads are very, very hardy performers. That's the lowest scoring match that we've had since yesterday, and that's practically the whole championship still now. While we do await the decision, of course, I was just running through a few bits, and Roz, we spoke of this whole growth of Pencak Silat in foreign countries and in the West. Holland, Germany, Italy, South Africa, France, USA, Japan. That's how far it's spreading. And I've spoken to a few Japanese friends of mine who are actually very big fans of it. So it's quite interesting because they themselves do have their own. They've got tons of different forms of martial art. But adding to all that, Holland. Well, Holland, that Dutch connection between Indonesia and would that have been responsible for it?
Indonesia used to be a Dutch colony, so they have known Silat for very long, and those Indonesians which have become Dutch citizen, they bring in their art form over there. A lot of mixed marriage also affected.
So that's been really the spread of Silat, which is why Holland has such a huge following of Silat. I've also noticed that in the USA it's growing in leaps and bounds. They have their own tournaments too. I was just talking to you yesterday, and I was trying to figure out where I had caught Silat being used in the game Mortal Kombat, and I did. It was used in Deception in 2004 and in Armageddon in 2006. And the moves belong to a particular character called Baraka, who's a Tarkatan. Baraka uses these moves, and I was trying to figure, which of the Mortal Kombat, releases was it. So 2004 and 2006, twice, Deception and Armageddon.
Armageddon, yeah.
So if you're a Silat fan and you're a gaming fan, you want to play these.
Oh, I see.
So this is exactly what transpired between Sheikh Firdaus and Nguyen Thanh Sang. And it's in favor of Vietnam.
Vietnam, yeah.
Valid drop for the red corner.
So now that's, in this kind of a match, that's a healthy lead.
Yeah, very difficult. Now Sheikh Firdaus need to, another fall.
Sheikh Firdaus going in for,
he have to go all out now.
Going in for the kill, but he's, I think,
if you do that, you will make mistake, because this Vietnamese is waiting for you.
He is. He's calm. He's composed.
Yeah.
He's waiting for any flaw.
He's waiting.
An appeal there from Nguyen Thanh Sang, but we'll have to wait and watch. There will be a review of that. He's currently at 9 points, while Sheikh Firdaus is at 3. But if this works in favor of Sheikh Firdaus,
cut to 6. Yeah.
That would mean 6, and there's still a ray of hope. Well, after we get through this very, very interesting matchup, we've got 3 more, and the next one is going to be a change in terms of action and momentum, because it's a junior match in the male F category, and that comes up in just a little bit. But for now, it's still probably one of the most toughest matchups that we've had. You can tell by that points difference. These are 2 experienced and skilled competitors. And Sheikh Firdaus gets the benefit of it.
Yeah. The Vietnamese is going to protest.
So Nguyen Thanh Sang's corner will now protest. I do believe that our coaches on both sides of the fence are men of few words. So whatever's the conversation they have to do, they'll do more with the athletes than with the officials.
But talking about spread of Silat, it is India now goes big on Silat.
India?
India, yeah. They send lots of fighters,
That's fascinating, isn't it?
The last Singapore Open, if I'm not wrong, the Indian contingent was huge. I was, whoa. And they have lots of male and female fighters.
That's pretty impressive.
And what did I hear from the delegates is that their government is giving them support.
That's excellent, actually, when you think about it. I was actually researching a bit, over the years about a lot of the martial arts, and a lot of it is actually credited to the former or the once so-called mythical Indian prince, the Bodhidharma. And a lot of people talk of how the Bodhidharma took, as he traveled to Eastern countries from India, he picked up a lot of the movements of animals and birds, and he started incorporating them into martial arts. Very similar to where Silat is headed. I always wondered whether there was a connection, because he was responsible more for what came about later on as the Shaolin Temple. Because the Shaolin monks and a lot of the practitioners of Kung Fu do credit it to him, but they also acknowledge him as being East Asian rather than Indian.
Oh.
But history says that he's actually an Indian who traveled.
Yeah.
And in those days, there wasn't really East Asian Indian relation.
Actually,
We know that.
Yeah,
We were just one.
The Gautama Buddha from India, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, it was just one whole community by itself. So
because they move around, you know.
and at that time, movement was all meant towards development in whatever way, whether it was spiritual or
You can see this. Oh, the hand.
The hand. That's so important, isn't it?
Yeah, because the hand, his hand touches the ground
So
first.
he's got the benefit of it this time.
Yeah.
And that means that point difference is going to grow.
Then, jatuh lah. Yeah.
Very drop for the red corner.
Because his hand touches the ground.
It's not going to be easy here. Things have turned around. He's still a good 6 points behind. That's put him in a bit of a odd position. Are they pointing towards the points table?
I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah.
Sheikh Firdaus's points should have gone down to 3 when Nguyen Tan Sang's went up to 12.
Yeah.
I think that's being pointed out by the coaches.
You see, these coaches are very, very aware, you know? Whereas the previous one, they are not aware, right? You must be very, very focused on all this stuff, you know?
But that hasn't really changed. It's still where it was. So I think the points, the scorers have got that right. 11 seconds left. Nguyen Tan Sang on 12, and this could be a big upset today.
Yeah.
Sheikh Firdaus is one of the favorites in the championship.
2 seconds. I think it's over. 2 seconds, you just need to turn one round. There.
And Nguyen Tan Sang's smile says it all. And he finishes it with the
drop,
fall as well. And says, let me claim that too. Impressive performance, very impressive performance. You've got to hand it to him. Nguyen Tan Sang really putting on a massive show here to get the better of Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin. So 15-6. It's a convincing win.
Yeah,
it's a convincing win.
It's all happening in the third round, yeah. The last round. Pertandingan male putra kelas G. Putra kelas G pertandingan ini telah dimenangi oleh Nguyen Tan Sang daripada Vietnam menewaskan Sheikh Firdaus bin Sheikh Alauddin daripada Singapura. Dan Nguyen akan bertemu Muhammad Fauzi Khalid di pertandingan akhir esok.
So we get into our next event, which will be the first among the 3 remaining events in the day session. Then it's going to be our dinner break. That stretches for about an hour and a half before we get back with the last 4 games. And let's just very quickly run through what we can expect in the evening session, Roz. We've got the senior match male D. We've got the senior match female B and the senior match female E. But this is an interesting one. Senior match female under 45. Tell us a bit about that.
Under 45 this is a new category, you know. Those female which is below 45 kilogram, you know.
So you just send them to me for dinner every day. I share my food with them. They'll get back to normal categories.
Because if you go above 45 kilo, you will fall under class A category.
Okay.
So this is another maybe pin weight, fly weight in the boxing.
Okay, so this is but how long back was this category introduced?
this is the first one.
The first time
for a major tournament, you know.
And this, of course, does add another exciting element to the contest itself. It's more fair towards
because the ladies, there's a lot of small size ladies, you know, those lightweight.
Representing Indonesia.
They'll take that as a compliment. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. So the next 3 events starting from here, or rather the next 7 events, which is the 4 events after dinner, and the 3 events right now are all finals.
All final, yeah.
So you want to start off with introducing the first one, which is the junior match male F.
Pertandingan remaja ya, ini kelas remaja Putra F akan dipertandingi oleh Taruna Alfresh daripada Indonesia di sudut biru dan akan berdepan dengan Muhammad Naufal bin Abdullah dari Singapura yang berada di sudut merah. Junior category, yeah? This is the only one, junior category.
And this is this of course is really young fighters.
Yeah, for junior category is 14 to 17. You above 17 is the senior category.
Calling for Silat from the blue corner.
The gi used in Silat, the gi that is normally used nowadays, and you know that over a period of time we've had modifications for every single martial art. Their gi has changed. I was talking about cotton and canvas, and then of course, you know, at some point of time even lycra happened to have been introduced in. And very interestingly, just for trivia's sake, Ross, I have to tell you this: the original denim or the original pant, trouser that was introduced for Kung Fu and Karate exponents was actually endorsed and designed by Chuck Norris. You remember Chuck Norris,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Chuck Norris designed this pant which had a kind of an elastic that ran through the fork. So no matter how high you kicked, your pant would never tear.
Oh, elasticity.
It was quite fascinating. Today they don't do that. They just use lycra. There's
Yeah.
no need of that, right? So tell me a little bit about the gi that is used in Silat. What kind of fabric or material is the gi made up of, and how difficult is it to maintain as a personal, part of your uniform? How do you maintain it, and what kind of fabric do they use?
The fabric varies, you know, but the tougher the material, the better. You know, because now they are introducing without pockets. Why without pockets now? Because now there's a lot of pulling. So if there is pocket, you can tear them. If you tear them at every fight, you know, you get torn pants, you know. It's difficult. You know? So now
they're not so durable with pockets anymore. It's easier to
so
keep that
they do off with the pockets, you know.
Okay.
So if without pockets, the tendency to tear the pants is lesser. You know?
And when we're talking about material being more, heavier or more richer in its thread content or thread count, it's obviously going to be more expensive as well.
Yeah, more heavy and expensive. That's why now during weigh-in, you can go bare, you know.
But does that restrict movement if your material was more heavy? Does it restrict movement, or does it aid movement?
Like for the athletes, you know, they like, you know, to move freely. If you want to move freely, you have to be, you know, lightweight, you know. But if your gi is heavy, it restricts your movement. But the danger of you having lightweight gi, you will tear.
It tears
So
faster.
in competition, you tear once, you can change. Give you 3 minutes to change. Then after that, you 5 minutes. After that, you can get disqualified. Up to 3 time change. You tear it 3 times, you get disqualified. You know, so the material you use matters.
Has to be strong. So here we have Kieran Taruna Alfresh of Indonesia and Mohammad Naufal bin Abdullah of Singapore. Locked in battle. It's a very interesting matchup because these are young lads. We spoke about them. They are in the male F junior category.
Yeah.
And they do have pace. I don't know much about reading each other's strategy, but here it's more about take what shot you can, take what opportunity you can, and move it.
For the blue corner.
So it's really boils down to that factor when you're talking about the youngsters. Kieran Taruna Alfresh and Mohammad Naufal bin Abdullah locked in battle here. It is, well, Mohammad Naufal who's got a smile on his face because he's just scored one. It started off with Kieran taking the lead initially, but that's turned around a little bit now because Mohammad Naufal has come back in. And it's interesting to see what they can come up with. There has been an appeal for and just in case you thought that reviews were only restricted to the more experienced or senior players in Silat, you are absolutely wrong. It's in all fairness, Silat is fair to all, including the youngest ones, and that's what we are seeing right now, where Kieran and Mohammad Naufal are locked in battle. There's a review, of course, that's happening. Kieran Taruna Alfresh started really strong to begin with. And then, of course, Mohammad Naufal has just scaled past him. 32 seconds still left in the first round. But this is a final, right? So there's just so much more that the coaches and the coaching team will be careful about when it comes to the points.
This is the only junior category.
And that's really a standout. So, but the juniors, of course, I think the good thing is to have them represented. You need that to keep them going. And quite impressed with their moves, but I guess a lot of the actual Silat principles, the actual Silat game plan, that all comes about as time goes on. And more and more you get experienced.
They get more mature,
Absolutely. That was a pretty hard drop, but
yeah.
And Kieran Taruna Alfresh gets the benefit of that call.
It's out
For the red corner.
Did they minus the point?
They haven't. It doesn't look like it.
Very draw for the blue corner.
So it's 10 apiece now, as it stands. And that's the end of round one. A fairly close enough finish. Kieran Tharun Alfresh at 12 and Mohammad Naufal at 10. It looks like this one's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. This Mohammad Naufal, he's the product of the Singapore Sports School. You know, Singapore Sports School has been producing many Pesilats, you know, because they are training full time.
Quality athletes.
Yeah, quality athletes, full-time athletes, you know.
And they also have a decent focus on academics, and I'm, you know, quite impressed with the way that they run the institution. I've been there many times to cover events, you know, the Asian Youth Games, the Southeast Asian Swimming Championships, but I've really been part of seeing, you know, their training in progress and the facilities they have. Their gym is absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Lucky guys, yeah, these people.
Absolutely, they're true. The facilities, how important is that?
Very draw for the red corner.
So Mohammad Naufal, he's a happy camper for the time being because he knows that he's pulled in a few points. That's exactly what that was the aim. Holding on best as he could. He's excited. And that's the difference between younger competitors and more senior ones.
Yeah.
The more senior ones tend to be either very focused and straight-faced, but it's the young ones who'll celebrate every win.
They are gung-ho, yeah.
They're just so excited about that point.
Very draw for the red corner.
Well, he's beginning to stretch that lead now. I think just growing with confidence, Mohammad Naufal. He took a bit of time to get settled down. He's just been looking for these opportunities to drop more than, well, Kieran Tharun Alfresh knows that his key to points is to strike.
Yeah. See, those less experienced fighters, they tend to go all out, you know. Attack.
Absolutely.
See?
Attack and counter attack.
Attack. In the end, you fall. If you attack, you retreat, you keep your point.
True.
Yeah.
True. There's not much of a blocking element that they use. It's more about, you know, attack and counter attack. He's going to celebrate that point.
1-1 for the Silat of the blue corner.
It's a bit unfortunate to have a point deduction, and when you're young, that disappointment's just going to show. So that's just given Mohammad Naufal a huge advantage.
Deduction is for what?
There was a foul. I think.
Yeah, I was looking at the. Was it? You know, the.
It did seem like it was a strike to the face,
yeah,
but
so the was it? You know, you must show the reason
for the point deduction.
So we, as the spectators, we know what is that for, you know.
Absolutely, it's not just that the Wasit did not like the color blue.
Very draw of the Silat of the red corner.
That's a huge points difference. I do believe that this round, of course, will be over right here, but it's not going to be easy in the third round.
Very draw for the Silat from blue corner.
There's an appeal from Team Singapore.
When the Pencak, you know, the rules is when the Pencak fall, you cannot carry and hit again.
You cannot pull him up and thump him down into the ground.
Yeah, it's a violation.
So the double strike or repetitive action whenever opponent is down, that always counts as a foul.
Yeah.
It could be a double kick, it could be a double hit.
Yeah, then you attack twice, double attack, you know. You can only counter attack once.
And basically, if you look at it from a logical viewpoint, that's what separates a competitive sport from an actual aggressive attack.
Yeah.
In a competitive sport, you stick to the rules and you have one strike. But in an actual attack, which would bring about, anger or revenge or vengeance, you would have multiple strikes.
Yeah, you carry on.
There's a principle behind that. It's quite amazing, actually. So the points are locked at, or not locked, the points actually currently at 35-21, but if there is a misdemeanor here for Kieran, it's not going to work out too well. I think there might be quite a huge deduction for him. He's already had his points deducted once.
Okay. But both the shoulder blade must be on the ground. So it is upheld, you know.
So that's upheld.
You see?
Warning 2 for Silat from the blue corner.
So round 2 is done, and that point difference now is just going to be the final nail in the woodwork, I'll say, because it's 35-8.
Yeah, it's over.
It's just hard.
Yeah.
You can't help but feel, with every point deduction, there's also, you just mentioned that earlier, Roz, it's just demoralizing or, a bit of a downer for a lot of the youngsters especially, who do understand that, you work hard for it. You get so excited when you get those points, and then it's just taken away.
Just like that, yeah.
But with senior competitors, they understand. Like we saw in that, when Tito Hendra was, fighting it off earlier, and he had a hit to the face. He immediately recognized his fault and he accepted it.
Yeah.
He knew that. But for the younger athletes, it comes across as a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
So into round 3, Kieran Thiruna Alfresh of Indonesia facing off with Mohammad Naufal bin Abdullah of Singapore, who leads 35-8. Bit of a hard comeback for Kieran Thiruna Alfresh, but he's a good athlete. Having said that, Mohammad Naufal just trying to make sure that he can wrap things up as soon as possible, not give his opponent a chance to come back. That's what he's been looking at. But shows great promise of being a very successful, Silat competitor in future years. Mohammad Naufal. He's focused. He's got a few skills. knows how to use them. It's just a matter of time before he starts getting used to actually reading the opponent's game.
Very draw on the red corner.
He certainly has been able to exploit any loopholes that he's found, Mohammad Naufal, and he's just shown great strength here with the fact that he came from behind to begin with in the first round. And then it's just been points upon points and a couple of drops. Well, this time.
Very draw from the blue corner.
So a strike to the side, to the ear, would still not be as bad as a strike to the face. What if there was a contact on the ear, or to the side of the face?
Oh, the ear is the face, you know. Or the top, you cannot hit on top. Below, you cannot hit. You know, your groin area is top, you cannot. Your neck above, cannot.
I heard the thump of that, although it was the protective gear, more importantly. Got an appeal here from Team Indonesia. He's got a smile on his face as well.
He was thinking, did they understand me, you know?
It looks like, well, they themselves have had they've actually enjoyed this moment.
Yeah.
Although it's been tough for their athlete.
Yeah.
So this, of course, will be followed by the next event, which is the senior match male A. And that's going to be Boy Wan Thong facing off with Mohammed Shaiman bin Yohannes. So this will be this match will be followed by our last match for this session, which will be the senior match male A, and the senior match male B. Just as we have been informed by a good friend, will be moved to after dinner. So that's an interesting bit. So senior match male B between Anik Asri and Mohammad Khairi will be the first match as we resume action after dinner. But the junior match that we're currently on, we've still got a good 10 seconds left, and that'll be followed by the final match for the day session, which is the senior match male A, and that too is a final. So they're all finals from here onwards, starting with the junior one as well.
Yeah.
We still have a couple of finals which will be, the battles will be fought tomorrow when we get into action in this arena. Back again. Just to remind you, we're coming at you live from the OCBC Arena and Sports Hub Singapore. This is the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championships. Through our entire conversation and through our words, of course, you would have figured that, although we keep kind of repeating it, is that although Southeast Asia is really, you know, the hub for Pencak Silat, it started to grow worldwide, and it's only a matter of time before, you know, some of the biggest universal competitions start including this.
All right.
And Kieran Tharun Alfresh gets the benefit of that, which is a saving grace. It's not going to buy him any accolades, but just a little bit of pride.
Yeah.
So 23 23 points is what he has. Mohammad Naufal bin Abdullah has just built that all along. He's at 44. And that's pretty much it. Bang a gong, I would say, yeah. That's exactly what happens.
This match is won by Pencak Silat from the red corner.
Well, big win here for Mohammad Naufal bin Abdullah as he wins the final 46-25 from Kieran Taruna Alfresh. You want to just take us through the moments of this match and what really stood out for Mohammad Naufal?
Mohammad Naufal, you know, his defense is better than the Indonesian guy, you know, because both are crazy about attack. Then it goes down to who can defend better, you know. And Mohammad Naufal, his dropping technique is also more assured.
We're definitely going to see a lot more of him in the near future.
Yeah,
absolutely.
This boy, he continue to train well and stay out of trouble. He will be a good fighter in the future for Singapore.
I don't think it's very easy for lads who are in Silat to really get into trouble. There's so much of elements of respect and discipline in there that it makes it just a tad bit difficult.
Yeah.
You know, I always used to wonder when you talk about discipline, and sometimes you do spend time with a couple of athletes, and especially as Singaporean athletes. And I had this opportunity or the honor to have been alongside one of my favorite football players in the past, our very own local hero, Fandi Ahmad.
Yeah.
And I had the chance to do a couple of commentaries with him, and I kept wondering to myself, he's a lot older than me, and how does he maintain himself? He looks young, he looks energetic, he doesn't dye his hair for crying out loud. And then I asked him, and he just nailed it very simply for me. And Fundi's that kind of guy, right? He's simple as can be. He's not, and he's humble. So he said, Glenn, I don't drink and I don't smoke, and I've never smoked a single cigarette in my whole life, or a puff, and I've never had a drink. And it's magic. That explains the way he looks, his skin, and and he says most athletes, you're so disciplined you don't land up doing it. It's very rare. Can't say the same of the current generation, but I totally get where he was coming from. So that for me was a bit of a revelation, because I always wondered why some athletes continue to look young, and it's not just because of their workouts. Some don't even play anymore, but they maintain themselves. And all boils down to the vices, just as you said, stay out of trouble.
From the blue corner, representing Vietnam, Bui Van Pro.
So here we are down to our final contestant for our final match before we get into our dinner break. And after the dinner break, of course, we've got 5 matches, but I'm going to let you do the honors and introduce this one. Ross?
Putra kelas A di antara pesilat daripada Vietnam, Bui Van Tong dari sudut biru berdepan dengan Muhammad Shaiman bin Yohanis daripada Singapura di sudut merah. Ini ada pertandingan akhir. Pemenangnya akan dikalungkan pingat emas, dan yang tewas akan memiliki pingat perak.
So the 45 to 50 kg, that's what we are looking at. It's a weight that I remember from my very, very distant past. So Here we are, senior match male A. And this, of course, is the lighter category, as we've seen. So, Boy Wan Thong of Vietnam facing off with Mohammad Shaiman bin Yohannes of Singapore. This is the final. It's a final event. So it's pretty much do or die kind of. You don't have second chances. But I guess that applies to everything in quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. It's a knockout stage.
It's a knockout.
So every match is like you got to attack it like it's your last.
Yeah. You lost, then it's all over.
Absolutely.
Calling for the ring corner.
You know, the beauty of actually going through the Lanka or your movements is, I just realized it's in the presentation. It's really quite authentic to have a competitor present himself in a way. It's like he's actually introducing himself. It's very polite. It has a great degree of I think respect for not only the co-competitors but the audience as well.
But I sometimes, I feel disappointed, if I have noticed a few of the pesilat, they take it lightly, like
You mean they're a bit lackadaisical?
Just couldn't be bothered, just go through the motion. It's your pride, it's where you belong. So you must be proud of where you belong. You perform it smartly, elegantly.
You are right about that. I've noticed that, because some are very, very flamboyant in the way they do it, and some tend to be very, easy. Anything goes. I've got to get on with it, kind of. Yeah. I know what you mean, Roz, and but it is really the ones who are flamboyant who come in and give that, finesse. It leaves a mark.
Yeah.
You can't remember them.
You show that you are serious about it,
Absolutely. It's a fine introduction. It's something that you don't see in a lot of, martial arts, and you do have, of course, in other contact sports, you do have introductions, but so that was smooth.
Yeah.
Belly drop for the ring corner.
Well done by Mohammad Shaiman. Well, the referee's just got to keep his eye on them, but there was quick movement. Boy Wan Thong, well, signaling that he had, almost thought he had signaled that he had contact with the face, but he hasn't. And isn't that effective?
Yeah.
Belly drop for the blue corner.
There's a good scissors,
So it's the end of round one, and Boy Wan Thong leads 5 points to 3 over Mohammad Shaiman, and really the key to that lead comes from that well-executed scissor.
Towards the end, yeah.
How difficult is it for the heavier weight categories to execute the scissors?
Oh, I have seen big guys like these two coaches doing scissors, It's all about your nimbleness, and your timing. Some of them, big, but they are nimble, They can go straight to your waist, I've seen them big guys doing it,
We're into round 2. Let's not forget, just as we said earlier, that this is our last event before the dinner break. And it's turning out to be a very fine end to the day session. It's a strong fought match here. This is the lightest of the male categories. We did have the junior category just before this, where those lads would have probably been lighter as well.
That doesn't mean, you know.
These lads seem to be decently matched, which is why that points tally will tell you a story. But you never know, things could change in the second or third round. The grappling element, well, how different is it from other?
Repping on 1 for the red corner.
There was a deduction for Team Singapore, but there's an appeal that's gone up as well. The moment Mohammed Shaiman bin Yohannes was at the receiving end. So we do have a stop on the clock, and that only happens when we have a review. Let's very quickly send out a few, bits of gratitude to Sports SG, Sports Hub, Sports Science Singapore. And not to forget, thankful for the use of the OCBC Arena, which is Raj, not just home to the event taking place, the contest, but also the Pencak Silat or the Singapore Silat Federation facility, which I did get a view of, which is the floor 1 level down from here. Yeah. And how cool is that? I was amazed and very impressed by the entire setup, the gym, the cardio, the weights, you know, the 4 or 5 different surfaces for you to actually practice. Very, very complete.
Yeah.
Very complete setup.
The rest of the delegates who come and look at the training facilities, they just can dream for it, you know. They are just envious of our facilities, you know.
I think you know, our next plan, Ross, should be you and me get out of the speaking business and start building these facilities for other nations. Yeah, we go full time into business. I'll sell the concept and you back me up with the technical aspect.
Take over OCBC. Yeah?
Absolutely. But I actually love this place. I do remember, you know, the Singapore Sports Hub, there was so much of hype around it. And then we had a couple of issues with the surface for the National Stadium because it was being used for concerts and sports and, you know, back and forth. But I love being here. The atmosphere here is fantastic, especially last night on the way back home, and I had to cross over, you know, the bridge to get to the other side of the road. And the whole top area where the National Stadium is and all the lanes, you see...
So prominent,
Absolutely. You see so many, you know, rollerbladers and skateboarders. And I'm not talking about just people there for fun. There are people learning. There's instructors, young instructors, and it's like an entire community up there.
Yeah, over there, But the main area is the football field, you know.
It is.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
But the field is I don't understand they build this whole building so modern, you know, so sophisticated. But the football field, I look at the last Suzuki Cup, you know. The field is awful, you know.
It is.
Yeah.
I can't deny that. I'm a big fan of everything here.
If you compare the field with the rest, we look at EPL games, you know. come rain and shine, the field is superb, you know. And they have games week in, week out.
Absolutely right about that.
You know, we spend tons of money on the building. The field.
I think the intent was always to create something special, but it's just probably the first bunch of people who took it on that really, you know, did not do justice to its construction. But you're right about that. You cannot build a house without the foundation being the main part.
Because
and I agree with you.
This whole stadium, the core is the football field, you know.
It is, and well, that takes. I think it could have been done. It would just take a long period of time for it to be done, and they could not wait for that long. So that's another drop here, and a very strong one. Bui Wan Thong is now beginning to stretch his wings a little bit, or rather flap them.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that is fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely marvelous. You just love it when that happens.
Yeah. Clean, you know.
Technically perfect. That's to the book, I would say, right?
Yeah.
So, 13 points. He leads Mohammed Shaman.
Oh. Also a direct hit.
Very impressive. The young Vietnamese Pencak Silat.
Very drop for the blue corner.
He's just got his mission in front of him. There's doesn't break into
very focused, you see?
a smile. He's just gone about this very, very technically.
You see the eyes is right in front, nowhere else, you see?
So 18 points, that's a healthy lead as he tops it off, 14 ahead of Mohammed Shaman. We're into round 3, and this is going to be interesting to see whether, you know, Mohammed Shaman can really come from behind to pull off a win here, or will it be the Vietnamese Pencak Silat to cap it off here with another victory. It's been a good day for them. It's been a good harvest for them, I think. They've had a few good victories. They've had a good showing today. I won't say made up for the sins of the previous night, but just made up for that, you know, little unfortunate incident or event. So, but it's sport, then again. It takes a great deal of maturity, and nothing's ever going to be perfect. You know, tempers are going to fly. And I've always believed this. The reason why tempers do fly in sport is because people are so passionate about it. And if they weren't passionate about it, they just wouldn't care.
They wouldn't care.
So here we are into round 3, and it's an interesting one because this could pretty much be the decider. Mohammed Shaman has a bit of a mountain to climb with 14 points to get on par with Bui Wan Thong. And as far as Wan Thong is concerned, well, he has been a study for us. Tough to knock off his feet as well.
Yeah, you see when his feet get caught, he push one more time. The second kick, you know.
Certainly knows how to get out of a tangle. There's
look at this.
Well, just about 73 seconds left. Wan Thong leads 20 to Mohammed Shaman 6. Time is of the essence, and it's certainly Team Vietnam in the driver's seat for this last encounter of the day session. Well, I did get a view of the coach. The coach actually instructing Mohammed Shaman from the side
to come forward.
Well, I just get the impression that Mohammad Shaiman just got undone after that first round. Started losing his way a little bit and hasn't really clawed back into the contest. Well, Poi Wan Thong has been able to give him those, those constant attacks. He's been coming at him. Does, of course, get a warning and a drop in points. It's not going to worry him too much because we're almost down to the end of round 3. And that's pretty much it. Comfortable win for Poi Wan Thong with 21 points in the bag, and that is the last event. Ross is going to run you through it before we get into our dinner break.
Putra kelas A ini dimenangi oleh Poi Wan Thong daripada Vietnam, menewaskan Muhammad Shaiman bin Johannes dari Singapura. Dengan itu, Vietnam menambah lagi 1 pingat emas.
So that's the end of our first session today. We will get back with 5 more matches post the dinner break, and that should be at about 7:45 Singapore time. But for now, from Ross and me, it's time to say, take a breather, don't go anywhere, and join us again after the dinner break, or Ross and me are going to be really upset. Just a reminder that this is the 8th Southeast Asian Pencak Silat Championship 2022. Day 2 continues in just a little bit. Join us back again real soon.
Yeah.